Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat group during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
All these ancient prophecies telling us that the world will be transformed.
Wacky world of WILCOCK, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of WILCOCK. How much money can he steal? It's the wacky world of WILCOCK, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of WILCOCK. How much money can he steal? He makes all this stuff up and claims that it's all true. The aliens want to eat us. Be careful that they don't get you. It's the wacky world of WILCOCK, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of WILCOCK. How much money can you steal? It's the wacky world of WILCOCK, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of WILCOCK. How much money can you steal?
This is where if I have a live audience, I get everybody to hug each other. I say, give your neighbor a handshake or a hug, whatever you feel is appropriate to you. And that way everybody feels the love a little more. I will never believe it, I will never believe it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe you need 25,000 more years, I don't know, buddy. But look, this is really compelling information, and it's going to get a lot more intense. It's coming up in a couple days here on Sunday, so if you haven't already signed up, we have reopened the cart. We still have the payment plan in place. That account, I believe, is real. I've watched it for a long time, and he says a lot of really provocative stuff there that has definitely caught my attention on many, many occasions. I've heard this briefing many times. Incredibly, incredibly sad, but probably a lot more than just what it looks like on the surface. If you don't really see what's going on here, this might not make sense.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. It is time for another exciting episode of the Wacky World of WILCOCK. But I thought it would be a good idea if perhaps we reviewed some of the shady business dealings and scams that David Wilcock has been involved in. We can begin with something called Convergence Pictures LLC, in which he promised investors tremendous opportunity, and apparently collected investment capital and never produced a film, and that company went belly up. Then, of course, there was the Pete Peterson GoFundMe scam, which was a complete and total scam, a provable scam, because the text body of the GoFundMe was filled with complete and total lies. David Wilcock and his shady fake government insider, who, by the way, never worked for the government, claimed that he was under deep state attack and police were throwing all of his possessions out of his home. It turned out that that home had been foreclosed on years prior, and no amount of GoFundMe funds would save his home. Yet the people who ran the GoFundMe claimed that if they could raise enough money, we could save this brave government whistleblower's home. That was not the case. Then, of course, there was the Emery Smith PayPal donation scam. And if you're keeping track, I'm not sure how much money he collected with Convergence Pictures LLC. This is not public record, but the GoFundMe for Pete Peterson collected some $60,000 from the UFO community. Next, we get the Emery Smith PayPal donation scam, where again, David Wilcock claimed that one of his fake government insiders was under deep state attack. But it turned out that Mr. Emery Smith was under attack of a vodka bottle. He was in the hospital with alcohol poisoning, self-induced alcohol poisoning, of course, but there was a whole story. And I find it so interesting that these are proven scams, and he still has mentions of these scams on his website. So the PayPal donation scam netted $60,000. The Emery Smith PayPal donation scam, $50,000. That's $110,000 of money collected for David Wilcock's fake insiders. Now, I'm not aware that Mr. Wilcock received any of these funds. Perhaps he was just using his considerable online, I don't know, influence to get free money to give to his insiders, his fake insiders, who, of course, are the people that supply him with fake stories to sell stupid people. Many of these stories have ended up in documentaries and television shows, streaming, and monetized live streams, podcasts, and of course, books. Then we get to my favorite of the David Wilcock scams. And in this one, we do know that he directly got the money. And that was the Wilcock Spiritual and Healing Foundation that he ran with his one-time wife, who has since divorced him. And in that scam, they collected over $200,000 and only gave something like a penny on the dollar to actual charity. But they themselves did zero charitable work that I could find. None. And in fact, at one point, they had a website where they claimed they were supporting all of these charities. I called those charities, and they didn't get any money from David Wilcock. And in some cases, they were confused as to why David Wilcock was claiming that he was a supporter of theirs, since he hadn't made any significant donations to those other charities. We can see through the paperwork that there is some interesting things that happened with this Wilcock Spiritual Foundation. And you gotta love a guy who collects hundreds of thousands of dollars and spends it essentially on himself. And this brings up, there is a great deal of problems with this, or there should be, but I want to preface what I'm about to show you by saying, I'm not an accountant, I'm not an IRS enforcement agent, a law enforcement officer, or a lawyer, but I do have some experience in dealing with nonprofits and charities. And I've never seen a charity that was this blatantly ripping off the people who donated to that charity. And we can see this very, very easily. I'm going to share my screen here. For those unaware, if you run a public charity, you're required to file something called a 990 form. And that form essentially tells both the IRS and any member of the public who ask for these forms how much money your nonprofit or charity collected and what you did with the money. Going through these is really comedic. The first one was 2018, in which Wilcock essentially claims that they didn't do any charitable anything because they were just starting the charity, which I suppose is, I guess that's valid. But we can see that in the first year of his charity, he collected $94,000 in tax-free donations. This is all income, which he used for various things. And we're going to see where this becomes very problematic. So WILCOCK essentially claimed occupancy, rent, utilities, and maintenance of $9,000 in the first year of a charity that did no charitable work. I don't know if that was renting an office or what that was renting, but somebody needs to explain to me why a charity, who, by the way, did no charitable work in the year 2018, somehow managed to spend $9,000 on occupancy, rent, utilities, or I'm sorry, professional fees. What was it? 14, occupancy, rent, utilities, and maintenance, $9,000. That's incredible. And then other expenses with he just spent $30,000 on something, but he didn't break it down. So what did he spend $30,000 for a charity that didn't do any actual charity related things? I just don't know. And then there's $38,000 in other expenses, and then we get to excess or deficit for the year, $55,000. Interesting. They claim to have $25,000 in cash savings and investment. Other assets, they had $30,000. So their total assets for the charity was $55,000. And here we see this line that sort of explains why David WILCOCK did absolutely nothing charitable with the first $100,000 he collected. The organization was getting organized, securing their place of operations, hosting an investor gathering, and purchasing supplies for operation to begin operations in 2019. And he claimed some kind of expenses related to the startup, I guess, of $3,973. And here we see David WILCOCK is the president of this foundation, and Beth R. WILCOCK, not her real name, was the secretary, his wife. But where it gets really interesting is when we get down to the itemized expenses. And of course, this is just the first year of David WILCOCK claiming to run a charity. And he admits himself they basically did nothing charitable for the first year. But here's where it gets extremely problematic, because David WILCOCK collected all this money to do charity work, right? But somehow he spent $4,675 on audio and video supplies. So I have some important questions, like, if you collected all this money to run a charity, you can't use those audio and video supplies to, I don't know, run for-profit monetized live streams on YouTube, can you? That would be illegal. You can't mix, right? He can't buy himself $4,600 worth of audio and video supplies and then use those audio and video supplies to make for-profit monetized videos that have nothing to do with his charity. And yet it appears that Mr. WILCOCK may indeed be doing exactly that. So I have a lot of questions. Also, let's see, auto expenses. Somehow the charity had to pay $126, I guess, for some kind of maintenance to one of his vehicles. Computer supplies. He bought $759 worth of computer supplies. And here's where it gets great. This is my favorite. Meals and entertainment. So listen, all of you stupid people who are sending David WILCOCK money, he collected $100,000 in charitable donations in the year 2018. He did zero charitable work with that money, but he did treat himself and I guess his wife to $4,000 worth of meals and entertainment out of charitable donations. Then we get production supplies, whatever that means. He spent almost $2,000 on that. He spent $19 on research and development. What costs $19 to research if you're not doing any charity? Here's where it gets interesting. He bought himself $5,585 worth of software. And again, are you using that software for anything other than the charity? Because it would be illegal if you purchased $5,585 worth of software with charitable donations, and then used it to, produce YouTube videos that have nothing to do with your charity and are for profit. You can't double dip like this. Somehow, he claims he spent $10,461 in supplies, whatever that means. And he's even charging the charity for his telephone expenses, $241 for the year 2018 for telephone expenses. He's charging the charity for his travel expenses, $372. And then he charged the charity $229 for website design. So apparently, Mr. WILCOCK spent $30,000 essentially on a website and software and supplies and expenses. Interesting that he took a charitable donation from his for-profit business, meaning that he skirted and was able to escape more income tax by donating $21,000 to himself from his for-profit business. He spent $5,332 on furniture and fixtures and $3,972 on machinery and equipment. And of course, the organization's primary exempt purpose is to provide a spiritual message that can help uplift, bring peace and hope in the lives of many. And he claims that he did not pay premiums on a personal benefit contract. This is interesting. So, but it gets more interesting when we delve into the other years. So we're going to share this other tab. And by the way, these are publicly available documents. Anybody that has a charity. So in the year 2021, he collected another $50,000. And here we can go through. He paid $1,400 in some kind of professional fees. He paid another $5,052 in rent in the year 2021 here. Why? I don't understand $5,000 for rent for a charity that doesn't do anything, but okay. And here's where it gets interesting. Other expenses, $43,000. And we're not going to itemize that. We'll just call that other expenses. What the hell does a charity that didn't do any charitable work spend $43,000 in expenses that you can't itemize? Total expenses, $50,000. Great. Now, here he claims that they have assets totaling $44,000 and liabilities or bills of $3,680. Again, what are your bills when you have a charity that doesn't do any actual charitable work? I'm confused. So, and by the way, we've been over some of this stuff before, but I just want to impress upon anybody stupid enough to listen to a guy who claims he owes $1.5 million to the IRS. Before you give him any money, maybe you should ask him what he did with over $200,000 of charitable donations. Okay, so this is 2020 expenses. Other expenses, $7,769. Travel. He charged the charity in 2021 $3,370 in travel expenses. And I'm sorry that I don't trust this new age scammer that has been running scams his entire life with this expense report. But this is ridiculous. How do you spend $3,370 on a charity that did no charitable work on travel? And then he spent $1,000 for advertising and promotion of his charity in 2021. And here's where this gets great. He claims that the charity paid $7,500 to an email service provider. Couldn't he sign up for a Google free email account? He had to spend $7,500 in charitable donations to an email service provider. And then here's where it gets great. He charged the charity for $6,000 in telephone expenses. What did he do? Buy 5 iPhones and pay his bills off the charity? Production supplies, $5,328. Now remember, he spent $5,500 in 2018 on software. Here he spent another $3,418. That means in just a few years, David Wilcock spent $8,000 or more just on software. What the hell are you buying, dude? Meals and entertainment, $2,178. That means in the few years that his charity has been going, David Wilcock spent at least $6,000 of the money he collected for his so-called charity on meals and entertainment. So you stupid people that keep sending him money while he's crying he can't afford groceries, maybe you should ask him why he spent $6,000 in just a few years of charitable donations on meals and entertainment. Office supplies, $1,441. Repairs and maintenance, $1,374. Contract labor, $1,096. Bank fees, $455. What bank charges $455 for a charity? Now, here's where it gets interesting. In the year 2021, he collected over $40,000 in charitable donations. Guess how much of that money he actually gave to charity? That's right, $292 out of $40,000. He charged the charity for $232 for auto expenses. Website hosting, $188. Dues and subscription, $108. $50 for security. Merchant account fees, small tools and equipment, business licenses and permit, $1. And here, he spent another $1,149 on furniture and fixtures for his charity that does no charitable work. Then we get machinery and equipment. He spent $1,430. What did he do? Buy himself a computer? Oh, great. And then his for-profit business apparently gave more money to the charity. Then, even though the charity is collecting hundreds of thousands of dollars, he's spending money on a charity credit card to the tune of $3,680. Wow. And I thought there was some breakdown of the previous year's takes, how much that he collected. But from 2018 through so that'd be 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021, they collected some $200,000. And all they did, charitable that I could find, is that they gave a little bit of money, pennies on the dollar, to other charities. Okay, so in 2018, they collected $94,000. In 2019, they collected $35,631. In 2020, they collected $20,183. 2021, $47,324. So the total from 2018 through 2021 is $197,138 that this man collected. How is this legal? I'm just curious. And again, if Mr. Wilcock is buying himself computers and software and equipment, and then he's using the charity's equipment illegally to produce for-profit content on YouTube that has nothing to do with his charity, that's going to be a huge problem for him, right? It's incredible to me. And Mr. Wilcock is not in compliance with federal law because Mr. Wilcock has not filed a 990 form for either 2022 or 2023. But during the entire year of 2022 and the entire year of 2023, Mr. Wilcock still had a donate to my charity button on his website. So for the last 2 years, he's been collecting more charitable donations. $200,000 was not enough for him. He's collecting more money, but not properly filing his paperwork with the IRS. Now, here's what happens. If you don't file your 990 for 3 years in a row, then they pull your IRS tax exemption. In other words, they make your charity defunct. It's no longer a legal charity if you don't file your paperwork for 3 years. But I have seen time and time again scumbags in the UFO, alien, or conspiracy community start charities, collect money for 3 years, and then they just let the IRS revoke their charity status. They never publish what happened to all the money. Essentially, they just keep all the money. Now, I'm not saying that's what he's going to do, but how is it legal to just collect all this money in charity, spend it on yourself? There's a possibility of commingling of funds between his for-profit company and his charity. I don't believe for 1 minute that David Wilcock is buying $8,000 worth of software and only using it for his charitable work. Because after all, apparently, there is no charitable work that we could see. He can't show us anything he did for charity except give maybe 1 cent on the dollar on the money he collected to other charities that actually do charitable work. Dime Bar says, I am pretty sure he has had poor advice and Wilcock could get effed by the IRS. Well, there's no wonder that he has $1.5 million in tax debts. If he's conducting business like this, I don't know, maybe it's just Dime Bar. I have a wife that's an accountant. She would never, ever let me do anything like this. This is red flags all over the place. And, I feel like reaching out to a charity professional to say, like, how is this legal? Or maybe I'm going to write a print article about this whole charity situation, and we got to call the IRS and get some on the record comments for how is this legal? Can Mr. Wilcock show us that he's used $8,000 worth of software he purchased for his charity and that he didn't use it for his for-profit companies? This is very, very shady. Very, very shady. Yes, JLW, what charitable work? Exactly. XXX says $40K for his transgender operation. Hey. If that's what makes him happy, it will catch up with him. What a horrible person. He's sweating now. You can tell by his mental health lately. David will get his. I agree. So we're going to get into the latest video. If you're just joining us, welcome one and all, whether you're chatting in the Twitch chat, the YouTube chat, the Facebook live feeds, the Twitter live feeds, welcome one and all. And by the way, we still have some issues with Instagram and Rumble. And the major issue being, I'm starting to rethink things that if people are not going to pay us at anything at all for our feed, I don't think that I want to broadcast to someplace that's just going to mooch our feed and never give us any ad revenue. But that's going to require we're still working things out. Also, I apologize. Last night, it seemed like the video was jerky and some other things, and I had no idea what the problem was until I did a speed test earlier today and found out that we had basically potato internet. I wasn't aware, but this PC has just a built-in Wi-Fi chip or something. That's horrifically horrible. And yes, I know I should hardwire this to the router. When I get a chance, I'll do that. But in the meantime, I got one of those really beefy Wi-Fi USB adapters with the big antennas, and we're getting like 70 download and 50 upload. So I think those issues have resolved themselves. Now, on from the charity scam to David Wilcock's aerospace company. Do we see a pattern here of scam to scam to scam to scam to scam? I think we do. And interestingly, after the charity scam, David Wilcock started what some people would describe as the Stevati aerospace scam, or he joined what most people would describe as a scam. And Stevati Aerospace is interesting is that they've been in business for 20 plus years and they've never produced a single airplane product, a single airplane service, a single airplane working flying prototype. or any proof, despite their many claims and many false claims, including claiming to have government contracts to develop laser weapons for the United States military. That turned out to be a lie. Claiming that they had wind tunnel contracts with some prestigious organizations, including the United States government. That turned out to be a lie. Stevati Aerospace, it was admitted in court documents that they have no income other than the fact that a garbage company is storing dumpsters inside their hangar that David Wilcock claimed that they would be developing, hover cars in. I think that's funny. Their only income is from a trash company. And Stevati Aerospace has been described as a Ponzi scheme and investment scam. In court documents, one of their investors is suing them, claiming that it was a Ponzi scheme and investment scam. And Stevati Aerospace is also being sued by all kinds of creditors. Now, here's where things turn to even more a level of consumer fraud. David Wilcock and Stevati's CEO have at various times claimed that their CEO created spaceships for the secret space program. Of course, they also claim that Beskar armor from Star Wars was named after this man, Christopher Beskar, which, by the way, the inventor of that term doesn't even know who Chris Beskar is and laughed about that when somebody checked in with the writer who created Beskar armor and all of that. But interestingly, Christopher Beskar and David Wilcock are telling people that he built secret spaceships for the secret space program. And, to me, that's a form of consumer fraud. Show us the spaceships, David Wilcock, that this man built. The guy can't even build a goddamn airplane, and you're claiming that he built spaceships for the secret space program? It's absolutely ridiculous. I'm just going to take a moment here to check in on something. We also had big issues yesterday with the numbers. It was telling, if you looked on YouTube yesterday, it was saying 2 live viewers or something like that. Seems like that's fixed. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're going to get into the video, but to be quite honest with you, this video, here's what's happening. David Wilcock is desperate for money. And the man who used to do one live stream every 3 or 4 months is suddenly doing one every couple of weeks. And one can understand why, because you can watch his live chats. He's getting thousands of dollars in super chats per stream sometimes. I mean, I didn't add them all up, so don't quote me for the number, but it's hundreds and thousands of dollars that people are giving this man. So I guess maybe that's why he's doing these live streams more often. But the interesting thing is that he is essentially just repeating himself. All the shit that he says, that's why I don't really want to go through this whole live stream. I don't think we're going to. I'm going to start on it because there's some funny things that he lied about right in the beginning of the stream. It's interesting. He just keeps repeating himself. This is the same shit that he is saying in this stream. He said in the 2 previous streams. It's pyramid power. You can drink this water and it cures cancer after you put it inside a pyramid, and the Q-tard nonsense. He's still posting from the Q-tard Telegram page, Shadows of Ezra, who doesn't know who the hell David Wilcock is or why David Wilcock is making these claims that he's the Alliance spokesperson. He doesn't even know what the hell the Alliance is. Yeah. So he's largely, I think he's doing the super chat shuffle. He's just, I got to go live and stay live for 3 hours so I can get some money and get out of this hole I've dug for myself. And I just want to put on the record and say that David Wilcock is the greediest, laziest slob I have ever seen in my entire life. The fact that he would, like a normal person that has some kind of conscience, if you collected, what do you think in the live chat? Let me know. If you collected $200,000 in free money, wouldn't you spend some of it doing some kind of charity so that you can show people you're doing? No, not David Wilcock. and he always needs more, right? And we've heard in court testimony that he's made millions of dollars just from one of his $333 courses. Usually he runs 2 a year, I think. Where is all of his money going? Did he really give it to that shady, scammy aerospace company that's never produced anything just so he could get a prestigious title? You know, he's the director of exotic technology, and he's going to be the father of hover cars. And by the way, where's the fucking hover cars, David Wilcock? You said 2+ years ago you'd have a working prototype in 1 year. We've seen nothing. But he keeps on saying there's big deals going on at Stevati Aerospace. Yeah, because lots of people want to do business with a scammy aerospace company who, by the way, promised the local economy to create all these jobs, hasn't created one job yet, but took all the tax breaks from the local government, right? And what company wants to do business with somebody that's being sued and called an investment scam and a Ponzi scheme by a former investor? What kind of a company wants to do business with a company that contracted hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of work done to their facilities and then stiffed everybody that did the work and not paid them, forcing those vendors to sue them? No, there is no deals for Stevati Aerospace. Now I'll go out on a limb here and say that Stevati Aerospace will never produce anything. Not an airplane, not an airplane part, nothing. No hover cars with free energy engines like Wilcock promised. They're not going to produce anything because track record matters. They've had 20+ years of business to actually show something, and they can't, other than lies about contracts they don't have with the government and lying that their CEO is some kind of goddamn space genius inventing space. He's inventing spaceships for the secret space program. And by the way, David Wilcock, if you're lying to people in exchange for $333, and in that course you tell people that that man created spaceships, and you can't prove that, that's a form of consumer fraud. And at some point, you got to say, like, why is this guy not in prison yet? All of this scammy, shady shit that he's done, not one law enforcement agency or somebody has looked into this and said, yeah, this guy's grifting too much or too far. We got to step in and stop him. Where are the Consumer Protection Agency at? Maybe we should call them. I don't think he should be allowed to lie to people that my buddy built spaceships if he can't prove it and then charge people $333. It's crazy. But we're going to put our fair use banner up. And like I said, you'll have to forgive me. Look, I can sit through this whole 3 hours of shit. I really could. And so could you, apparently. But I just feel like he said all of this stuff he said in this stream, he said in the 2 previous streams. So do I really want to sit through that? Like, I already did 3 hours of this. And now he's just repeating himself ad nauseum so that he can collect super chats, I guess. All right, we're going to. Now, I have mirrored this because David Wilcock has ads every 2 minutes. I have mirrored this. 1 second here. But the original video, if you're interested in watching the entire thing, the original video is in the description of our video here or podcast if you're listening in audio podcast land. Okay, 1 second here. Let's get into it. 1 second. Let me get this ready. There we go. All right. So this one's called Joyfully Defeating the Demonic. And David Wilcock, who claims he's in this whole stream is so stupid because David Wilcock claims to be in communication with the Archangel Michael, who is, by the way, dictating books for him, but then telling him, don't give the books that I'm giving you for free to people, charge them $333, because that's exactly what an angel would do, right? Share secret knowledge with a proven career-long new age scammer, and then tell him to sell the books instead of giving that important secret information away to the human race. Sell it for $333. And at the risk of repeating myself again, we've gone over this again and again and again. David Wilcock fails the test of a prophet over and over again. All this stuff he's predicting right now, he predicted in the year 2000. Didn't happen. All this stuff he's predicting right now, he predicted again in the lead up to the year 2012. None of it happened. Now he's predicting some of the very same stuff, including mass arrests, which he previously said had already happened, or that they just didn't happen. So he fails the test of a prophet. It's a biblical principle that if somebody is truly in divine communication with angelic or divine sources, they can't be wrong even once, because God wouldn't lie to a prophet or spread false information. But you know who would? Demons and dark forces would deceive and lie members of the human race. So there's that. Let's get into it, friends.
All right. Well, I said I wanted to do a show on the demonic. And the reason I'm 5 minutes late is I just had another one of those very strange things happen. I did something really weird with my mouse, and then all of a sudden my window where I get to talk to you guys is completely blown out.
Yeah, it must be demons,
your
right?
Chats are already coming in. Thank you for that. Super chats are very much appreciated today. We're still in the middle of a very biblical situation in my life, you know, where
he's in a biblical situation. He owes $1.5 million in taxes because he didn't pay his income tax for years and years and years, apparently. How much income do you not pay your income tax on to get a tax bill of $1.5 million? How many years did he just not pay his taxes or something, right? And now he needs super chats. He was irresponsible and didn't pay his income tax, and now he wants you, his stupid followers, to pay his $1.5 million tax bill.
Waiting for things to happen. We do have some very exciting news. I'm not going to get into too much detail, but we have at least one order from a country in Africa, which we now have signed purchase orders for. So this is very exciting.
I don't believe him. He's trying to say that Stevati Aerospace has signed purchase orders for orders from a country in Africa. Orders for what, David? Your company, Stevati Aerospace, is a scam. Show us anything you make or manufacture. Oh, that's right, you can't, because your company is a complete total scam.
Exciting for us. It is, of course, a peaceful country in Africa. So don't get all freaked out about it. You know, this is a normal thing for us to do. I had a little extra taste for you on this.
By the way, there's a whole lot of regulations and laws. You can't sell any kind of weapons platform to a foreign country without the permission of the United States government. I'm just going to put that out there. Good luck, David.
Circle here, as you may see, there's a little extra symbolism in there. You said, love you, David. We love you too. And that is, you know, the whole team of Archangel Michael, David, and Gurley. We're all working together.
Yeah, he's working with angels. Angels would work with a scammer to help him scam people. What kind of angel would work with a new age scammer to help him scam people, you liar? It's ridiculous.
So, man, I've been through like so much stuff I can't even tell you guys.
Yeah, and everything that ever happens to him is so goddamn dramatic. There was a windstorm and a winter, and they got some snow. If you live in the mountains of Colorado, you're going to see some wind and snow, you asshole. It doesn't mean that there's, oh no, this means something. It means you live in Colorado, you dummy.
Guys, in fact, we'll go to that slide. I'm wiped out after going through 2 biblical emergencies.
What the hell is a biblical emergency?
In my own life. So I didn't really want to do a show today, but once again, it's like there's mitigating circumstances, the conditions.
Yeah, in other words, I need super chats.
Really would be well served by me having something to talk about today. So I'm like, okay, I can do that. I'm going to step up to the plate once again, despite the fact that I was
the world needs
in
David
a very,
Wilcock.
Very phenomenal, grandiose way.
He was threatened.
Many people would probably want to retreat after that. I did not. I'll show you what that was. It's really shocking. That's coming up early in the show. But again, the main point of the show here is I want to talk about the principles of positive and negative entities. When we start to understand the universal cosmology as it comes in from the law of one, we have a universe that is a sentient universe.
Dunbar. Yeah.
It's conscious. And that's all there really is awareness. It's so funny. A friend of mine who I'm working with and is also on the Stavati board of directors was really trying to get into this philosophical argument with me the last time we were on the phone. He's saying, well, if there's an intelligence that created the universe, then where did it come from?
That is
what
quite
was
a
going
massive
on
forehead,
before
yes.
that? I'm like, well, the law of one kind of says that, somebody says your volume's all the way up and it's a bit hard to hear. There's really nothing I can do about that during a live stream. Everybody kind of has that complaint.
The man with the
If I
180
tried to
IQ
crank up
can't
the
work a
volume now, it's
microphone
gonna
or
be bad.
levels.
So just crank up your volume, and then I'll probably
He's not even listening.
doing a nice high fidelity recording here, so we can do.
They said that his volume was too high. It's hard to listen to, and he's telling them, "Oh, I can't turn it up now."
Do that too. Leanne Boudreau, thank you, David, for all your transforming works, and blessings to all the readers. Thank you, Leanne. We appreciate that. So, yeah, we're in a situation where
the world needs
there are a
WILCOCK.
lot of spiritual influences out there. They're both positive and negative, and it's
The law of
important
dumb.
to be able to understand
Yes.
how both sides are operating. And this is a very, very big discussion that goes into great depth.
Claimed he had a
Law of
180
One
IQ.
material,
It would make him
which
smarter than
probably knows the
Einstein.
Spiritual source material that I've spent so much time looking at. So in this case, what we're interested in is how the law of one is going to teach us about what negative entities are and what's actually the best way to prevent them. And it does involve
It could be over several
tax
tax years, Garagey.
But again, I don't expect this to be a long show. It's probably, I'm going to try to keep it to 90 minutes or less.
Did you hear him?
And part of it is just that I want to
I'm going to try to keep this show to 90 minutes or less. He did 3 hours.
get you familiar with some basic concepts that you can then go home with, or if you're already home, you can take these after the show and begin applying them immediately. You could immediately today lower the amount of negative influence. And I'm going to be connecting some dots for you in the typical David Wilcock fashion, which many people have come to appreciate, hence the popularity. We're just about to hit 500,000 subscribers. Can you believe that?
Yeah, I can believe that 500,000 stupid people subscribe to your channel,
I never say
David.
this, but please subscribe and click the bell and the like button. We're so close that we just need a few more and it's all going to be good. So we got 2,169 people watching right now. This was a last minute show. I really didn't want to do this, but, and again, I'm wiped out.
He's wiped out. He's had
that
biblical emergencies.
And this included pretty much back to back going through 5 feet of snow and then had a little bit of time off. Angelo Munoz, thank you. And after the time off, we got into this thing where there was a crazy, freakish windstorm that came to my entire area that started on Saturday morning at 8 o'clock in the morning and then carried through until Monday, really. There was still wind by Monday, but it.
Yeah, and by the way, I checked the local weather. They did get a big snowstorm, but it wasn't 5 feet where he lived. Guess how much it was? It was 19 inches. So this guy can't even not lie about his local weather. He's even lying about the local weather problems where he lives. I don't get it. If you're that much of a pathological liar that you have to lie about how much snow you're getting, I suppose for sympathy and super chats, I feel terrible for him.
It stopped kind of in Sunday, right after I would have done a show, was when the worst of it stopped. But the wind started on Friday, and this was leading right up to the eclipse on Monday.
Wind and snow, wow, yeah.
The eclipse was not like most people's eclipse. I was in a total fight to the death with nature survival situation in this again.
He was in a fight to the death.
That the total emergency, the blackout didn't last that long, but the total emergency lasted 4 days. And the eclipse was on Monday. So during the eclipse, I was actually worried about whether I was going to have enough solar power to run my refrigerator, because I was running my refrigerator off of a portable solar kit.
And that's funny.
I do at some point want to talk about this and make a video.
He's running his refrigerator off of a portable solar kit. But we've seen in previous videos that he has a huge generator, a huge diesel generator sufficient to power his entire home. But remember that one video, he couldn't figure out how to start it. He was teaching everybody how to survive a grid down situation, and he couldn't start the goddamn generator for his house, which, by the way, is one of those huge commercial ones that comes with the house. He couldn't figure out how to turn it on. He's using portable solar just to power his refrigerator during a snowstorm, this idiot.
So that shows you the footage of these things, like what does 5 feet of snow look like when you're shoveling a path for your dog through 5 feet of snow? What does that look like?
Bro, the remotion is out already.
One of the cool things was that the snow kept getting shorter in height because of weight. It would collapse on itself. So the heights never really got about more than 4 feet. But that was still really bad.
Yeah, it's called weather, Mike Rotunda. Thanks for being a member.
From 3:45 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Yeah, he's got a generator, but he can't start it, Mark.
And my dog left this huge 7-foot ring of.
He lives in a multi-million-dollar log cabin mansion.
I woke up at 3:45 a.m. So I had to clean that first because she was so scared. Because
he had several. I think $3 million houses. 2 that he owns and one's a rental.
So crazy.
As best I recall.
The feeling of fear that I had in this snowstorm was so intense. We had lost our power already in a previous snow event. And it happened all right during when I had one of my board meetings, so I couldn't be there for the board meeting. But this was like this massive snow accumulation. And
you're right,
I got up at 3:45, and the first thing I had to do was make sure I could get out my side door. I already had, from the snow falling off the roof, like a 5.5-foot tall wall of snow. I had to bust through that with a shovel. And I had to carve a trail just to my garage. You know, if you've seen my videos, the garage is pretty close by. So Diane Molt, thank you. So here we are.
Yeah, they're fake,
going
sick
through
boy.
this, and I had to dig all day, and I finally collapsed. And then our plow guy has all this trouble, and he can't make it over.
He claims he shoveled snow for 12 hours.
Going on. It was incredibly terrifying.
I don't think this guy's shoveled snow for an hour.
Snowfall, I was completely snowed in and unable to leave my house for a week. We only lost power during the board meeting for 3 hours, but right during the time I was supposed to have my board meeting. So that came back.
I guess he's talking about
Stevati
Aerospace board meeting
every day. I'm happy to say that I've had a significant improvement in how my body looks. It's more superhero looking now, and I've done so much shoveling. I'm really actually impressed by the results I got from just regular, ordinary farm labor type of stuff. But that's
he's the laziest guy I know. I doubt he was shoveling snow for 12 hours.
But I had to go through this. I didn't have a choice. And
he has nowhere to go anyway.
I was trapped in here for a week. The plow guy finally got here with a gigantic machine that was 65,000 pounds. 65,000 pound machine with these 4-foot tall wheels. It was called a grader, but I've never seen anything like it except on a highway. But Ohio UFOs, thank you. Did you see the 2 spheres come out for you in my YouTube clip? I don't know, but thank you for the donation.
A stupid hero.
Yes. I don't usually see YouTube very much. I'm so busy surviving this kind of crap that I'm talking about. I'm going to make a video, and so I think you're going to see pretty decent footage of the whole thing, but it was horrible. And when
you live in Colorado, you're going to see snowstorms.
Expect that. So I had plenty of vegetables, plenty of food, and I have tons and tons of bottled water of the highest quality. We get it.
Isn't this great? He's saying he has tons of food in his house. A few weeks ago on his stream, he was claiming he didn't have any money for groceries, so please donate. Now he's saying he has plenty of food in his house.
Around here in the area.
He can't even keep his lies straight.
Spring water. It's very, very good. When you're up at this high of an altitude, the water just goes right from the glacier through hardly any sediment, and it goes up through these underground.
He's down the survival mode.
Right out.
Sure. Yeah.
It's the best water.
He's really struggling in a multi-million-dollar mansion.
And I'm very proud of that.
He's really struggling.
It's really nice to live in such a healthy area. There's hardly any Wi-Fi. There's hardly any cell towers. So and it's very healing for the soul and the body. So I think that part of why I've been able to do so well here.
He couldn't carry a screwdriver for 12 hours, let alone work.
Made out of wood.
Now he claims he lives in a pyramid.
Primarily, and there's hardly any metal in it. There's no metal in it, in fact, except for the roof itself. So I have an orgone box. I have a pyramid.
That's a complete and total lie.
And I've talked about.
He doesn't have an orgone box or a pyramid. It's a goddamn log cabin mansion.
Dr. Alexander Galad began building these pyramids out of PVC pipes and then faced them with fiberglass. And in
I
this
think you're
case, they
right,
were very
Storm
steep.
Crow. Or Portland,
Not like a
Oregon. That's
typical
where he
Egyptian
belongs.
pyramid.
He would love it in
But
Portland,
when he
Oregon.
built these pyramids this way, what he found out was that they created incredible energy that seemed to have biologically healing effects on a dramatic level.
This is claims of a complete and total wackadoo. None of this is real science. This is pseudoscience, new age garbage. It's all fake. The person who made those claims never proved any of their claims. They just made fantastic claims about
One
pyramid
example
power.
that's probably the most provocative is that he took a milliliter of water, ordinary water stored in the pyramid, and fed it to these premature born infants. And this was in a division of
just go to
obstetrics
another
and
mansion.
gynecology within the Russian National Academy of Sciences. So these Russian scientists were off of the Soviet Union. They still got their pensions, but they didn't have
You're
to
right,
fortify
Mark
it anymore,
Toronto.
so they started doing pyramid research. And they fed 1 milliliter of pyramid water to prematurely born babies who were written off for dead. And then other premature babies written off for dead were just given regular placebo, ordinary water. Every single one of the babies that was given the water that was stored in the pyramid survived. Every single
Yeah, it might be a good idea.
survived.
I can't take that chipmunk
Cancer
voice, though.
cells that would normally infect at a rate of 60% went down to 6%, 30% went down to 3%.
Yeah. So essentially what he's saying is you just put water inside of a pyramid and it can cure cancer. Somebody call the National Cancer Society and let them know that David Wilcock found a cure for cancer. No, you dummy. This is fake science. If this were true, they would do away with chemotherapy. If this were true, then they'd have a bunch of pyramids with water in it in every oncology or cancer center, treatment center in the world. They don't. You know why? Because this is fake, David. And if you're dumb enough to believe this nonsense, God, is he really this stupid? I think so.
So it was pretty much knocking out cancer. There's all these different things, health problems that it was seeming to do. Now, of course, these were claims that were published by Russian
UC
scientists.
Berkeley.
We can't prove it unless we were to duplicate these here in the US. And there's always been this kind of strategic bias that Russian science is not good science. And I've been dealing with this ever since I began.
That's medical
publishing some of these
disinformation.
fascinating
Complete and
results
total
back in
medical
the
disinformation.
1990s.
It's against YouTube
Some
terms of
people
service.
just
You
don't
could lose this whole
appreciate
channel for that.
the nuances of having a whole different way of looking at the universe, which the Russians did. And as I've said many
cured
times,
cancer.
it primarily focused on the work of Dr. Nikolai Kozyrev, who coined the term torsion fields because they twist. And the basic idea, ultimately, from a whole lot of Russian physics put together, is that gravity is much more than just something that pushes us down on Earth. And it's not a pull of gravity, it's actually a push. Gravity is this flow of energy that's flowing into the Earth to make the Earth exist. So now you have to imagine it's flowing into the Earth equally from all directions. So the Earth is like a vortex, and it's like a black hole almost, and all this energy is flowing
Yep, more medical nonsense
So
from
the
the
Russians
quintuple
concluded
PhD.
that gravity also has consciousness on it. Gravity is the
Usually
carrier wave
death,
for
Mr. Ian,
consciousness.
according to the Bible.
Einstein tried to do a
They
unified
stoned
field
false
theory
prophets
by
back in the
thinking that
day.
everything comes back to light. And that's partially true. But as far as consciousness and mind, the Russians made fascinating discoveries about torsion fields. And in one example, he was
Where's the
saying
peer-reviewed
Dr.
papers?
Kozyrev had a
They don't
torsion field
exist.
detector that he had built. And what he found was that he could have a brick wall in the way and then have the torsion field
Yeah, I
detector
agree with
on
you,
one side of
Genuine
the brick wall,
Argyle.
and then
You're
on the
right.
other side of the wall, you shake a weight up and down.
Just
And
shake
the
a weight.
torsion field detector would notice that and point towards the shaking, even if there's no shaking of the floor at all. By simply moving something in space,
Where did he get all
there's
this
this
nonsense?
ripple that is created that you can measure with these torsion field detectors. Now, what were the torsion field detectors? Well, they ranged from things like
He's a false
mercury
prophet.
thermometers. It turns out that the mercury will rise and fall a little bit more than the room temperature based on the
Yes.
presence of torsion fields.
You need your imagination hat.
Turns out that he could vibrate a needle and have the needle hanging on a string, and you vibrate where the string is hanging off of, and then that needle becomes incredibly sensitive to torsion fields.
Oh, wow. I
So
didn't
just
see
a
that.
high vibration
just
and then
now.
the needle.
We want to thank Means of Savagery, who's a new Twitter account. I don't know if I followed you. I meant to. I'll have to check after the broadcast. Means of Savagery is creating awesome videos, taking it to some of these scumbags. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Means of Savagery says, keep up the good work outing these scumbags. I'm gathering info for a Wilcox and Greer video. They need to be brought down. Thanks, man. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. I'll be sharing that video that you made about the Tic Tac on a future show, maybe tomorrow night. We want to take a moment to thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Thank you very much. For those unaware, we read every single super chat. So if you're feeling generous, remember we're a viewer-supported show. We appreciate all of you and your kindness, generosity, and support.
Needle hangs down off of that. And the needle would also be a pendulum where it would have 10 grams on one side.
It's like listening to a lunatic in a mental ward, right? Or is it just me?
Laboratory experiments, and Western scientists go, "Oh, this is all BS." None of this shit. Look, there's over 10 by the late 90s. There's over 10,000 papers on torsion fields, scientific papers published in Russia. And so what he found was
nobody said torsion fields weren't a thing.
That they would give off a torsion field. There was a torsion field that would make the needle move if you boiled water. There was a torsion field that would make the needle move at the moment that water froze and turned into ice. There was a torsion field that would make the needle.
Yeah, he says something about having a puffy eye later in the video. I don't know what happened.
So, and again, it would work.
Maybe his ex-wife smacked him or something.
And this was similar to the work of Dr. Viktor Grebennikov.
Yes, slip you a banana sandwich.
Found out that they would try to slam through the
this schizophrenic out loud.
If their hive was on the other side, they could feel something coming off of their hive.
He makes me feel.
That went through the brick wall.
He makes me text stupidity,
Dr.
nonsense.
Maybe we'll do that one later.
The prophet's a prophet.
Right now, I want to talk about Dr. Nikolai Kozyrev, and again, I want to talk about.
There's a torsion field that helps with grifting, definitely.
So up until now, he found out you can burn something, you can break something, you can smash something. You create these funny ripples, and you can.
You're right.
Get this.
That's where he's getting this nonsense from. It's Hoagland nonsense.
The effect. Now there was a problem.
She was a black belt,
latent vacuum structuring.
There's no black belts in Kung Fu, though, Davina. It's some fake organization gave her a black belt.
This substance was.
She banged the dude that gave her the black belt. He was her husband before David.
Component that gravity is moving through. It's just all around us. And so, in this whole science.
Yeah, good point, Garaji. That's the Bible. That's what happens to false prophets.
That's what gets so strange. He's finding all these things that are mechanical ways to cause torsion fields to form. You heat something up, you cool something down.
You're right, Lowe's gods.
A plant is growing. You know, the honeybee thing with the honeycomb hive will do that. But then,
could be, yeah.
After he's built these needles and they're very well able to test things, one day he's reading The Temptation of Faust by Mephistopheles. This is the story.
Lord Angel Michael gave him a backhander.
In front of Dr. Faust, and this was actually apparently a thinly laced disclosure of real events. If you read Manly Palmer Hall's epic classic, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, I didn't get into this in the Michael prophecies, but there's a part in Secret Teachings where Manly Palmer Hall talks about the fact that these demons do exist. I do get into it a little bit on page 100 or page C. He talks about how they can be brought up. And he said that the Faust story was actually based on an alchemist. So you don't really want to be an alchemist when you find out what alchemists are really doing, okay? They supposedly
it's a fictional story.
And I heard this for a long time. And I thought, oh, okay, they just supposedly have a clay sculpture that they make, and then they do some trick and it becomes a little animated being. I didn't realize until now that there's this connection to magic.
It's called a golem, David Wilcock.
And that's what that's really about. But then if you go to page C again in there, he shows you this image of
they definitely exist in his head, yeah.
It's the summoning of Mephistopheles, which is the most dangerous demon and the most ferocious demon. And it has this weird face.
He's just making this up.
It's kind of like a human and a bear put together with these big eyes. and it's got bear claws
Turning
on
bricks
its hands
into
and bear
bucks.
claws
Yeah.
on its feet.
Turning
It's
bullshit
got
into
big
money.
bear
Yeah.
limbs.
He's
But
an
it's dressed
alchemist.
up
He's a
in
bullshit
Shakespearean
alchemist.
little dapper costume. And this is Mephistopheles. And
A lot of people
apparently,
say that, M.
as
Stone.
I've said before, when people are messing around with the wrong type of stuff, these creatures appear visibly to the people in the room. And so there's like this magic
You're
secret
right.
that our galaxy is built with.
That's the
in
test
which
of a
if you play
prophet,
around with this
Graji.
stuff,
He
you're gonna
fails
get
every
very
time.
dramatic results.
He's a false prophet.
So in the same book, Secret Teachings,
I
Stanley
kind of do
Palmer
too,
Hall
Chuck
explains
Bam.
that the story of Mephistopheles is absolutely real because he's illustrating it to you in that picture that he's got.
I
The whole
know,
idea
high
of something
speed
coming
chase.
in with sharp
Yes.
teeth and claws,
By the way, I need to
that's
talk to
angry and
you
aggressive,
off air.
is very scary,
Yeah.
frankly. And that apparently is what's going on. So he said in there,
Well,
that
I'll just do it here. High speed chase is volunteer guitar player for me for some projects. I have a whole hard rock album that needs some extra oomph. So I'll talk to you off air about that, though. Thanks for being here, High Speed Chase.
It's not fiction. That the whole Faust story was loosely based on a real person.
No, it's a work of fiction, David Wilcock, you dummy.
With this stuff, and he had made this agreement with this negative entity, with this creature called Mephistopheles. So this stuff might seem as if it's all really weird and out there.
Meth infused water.
Fantasy type of thing, and
Yeah.
not really feel anything more real about it. That's okay. But what I'm saying is that
Oh, he's letting us
there
not
are
believe
people
his
who
lies.
firmly
Very kind of
believe
him.
that when they play around with this, that they see things, and that there are then events that take place that wouldn't have happened.
Yes,
because
he's
nobody
getting
else
his
is
meth
there.
water.
Whatever this thing is, it's doing things by itself, and those events are real, and those events are affecting other people and their lives. Okay, so this thing can come in and torture you. I mean, that's absolutely part of what we're talking about.
Possible minor
So this
possession.
is a very, very interesting thing because, okay, well, if it works, if it really does work, then maybe that's where this story of Temptation of Faust came from. And then you got the story in the blues, you know, oh, the crossroads, right? You met the demon at the crossroads. Well, some people believe they have made these types of agreements. And that's actually very scary. We don't want that to happen. But if people are playing along with this, and if people think that this is true,
maybe David Wilcock made a deal with the devil to be a false prophet and become rich selling lies, right? That's just as probable as somebody making a deal to become, oh, I don't know, like a famous rock star or rapper, right? Talk about deal with the devil.
then who knows what they might be doing? And that's the problem, is that they believe it's true whether you
make some
not.
bath
They don't
salts with
care.
his coat.
They're just going to do
Oh
their
no!
own thing, and they're going to do it their way. And you know, you can speculate as to what you want to think they means, but I already know. You probably know.
Sandra McDonald
In
saying that he's getting
this
Botox
whole event
injections
that
in his
just
big
took
fat head.
place, I'm in 5 feet of snow. Okay, we were talking about Nikolai Kozyrev. I don't want to lose track of that either. Let's get that done first. So,
By the way,
Nikolai
that big
Kozyrev
snow event,
is reading
the
this.
big snow event happened back in March 15th, and he's just now talking about it. Hey there, High Speed Chase gifted 5 Truth Seekers memberships. This is why, if you're not already, you should smash that subscribe button, because kind and generous members like High Speed Chase and big supporters of the show often purchase some Truth Seekers memberships. And what happens is those memberships get distributed in some kind of random fashion by YouTube to people who are subscribers of the channel, but not yet channel members. So make sure you smash that subscribe button. And we want to thank High Speed Chase for his kindness, generosity, and support. That's very, very kind of you. Oh no. Windows, it's time to restart your computer to install updates. At least it let me say not now. But thank you, High Speed.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
Yeah, so I haven't used this computer in like months. And of course, there's probably 8,000 updates I don't need that Windows will force me into. But thank you, High Speed Chase. Make sure, please, if you're not already, smash that subscribe button. right? And you too might get a free YouTube membership if you're a subscriber, but not yet a YouTube channel member. JLW says, oh no, Steven has to press play on David's video again. Yeah.
The same story. The story of the temptation of Faust by Mephistopheles. And he had spent time in a Russian gulag concentration camp. Remember, the Soviets were communist and they were really jerks. One of the things they did, oh, we got some big donations. Bonnie Brown, thank you. Ohio UFOs again, thank you. There they are. Zig it on by.
Yeah,
right.
and by the way,
Actually,
there is something.
I really need money right now, so that is so awesome. Thank you.
I do really need money right now. He always needs money. Somebody was in his live chat who kept on typing out, "This is the wacky world of Wilcock." And during this live stream, it's towards the end. I can give you the timestamp. He actually reads the person's chat and says it on his stream. He says the wacky world of Wilcock. I'm gonna have to capture that for sure. He says the wacky world of Wilcock during this live stream.
Thank you guys. And I will look at your video about the spheres. So
since you sent me
there's
money,
a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah.
Like the latest UFO sightings are now fleets of UFOs, and not just one or two, but they're like all over the sky. And people are starting to post sightings of that.
I don't know. I'll check it out. Thank you,
interesting things
Amy
going on.
Collins. I'm not a Windows guy. I'm a Linux guy.
He was reading The Temptation of Faust.
Unfortunately, StreamYard doesn't like Linux too much.
He had been in the concentration camp gulags and had survived on
Yeah,
hardly
he gave you
anything at
there's
all, because the Russians
something right.
imprisoned scientists and anybody that was doing anything spiritual or religious. So if you went to church, they were going to
that's
throw
interesting,
you in prison,
Raji.
throw you into concentration camp. If you were a scientist,
Yeah, he's a narcissist. He watches every show I do on him.
Too smart, so they got to get rid of the scientists.
He's even commented.
So all the scientists.
For those unaware, he has commented on things that I've said, but he won't name my name. Jeez, man, what's going on with his hairline? Look at that, man. That does not look good. It looks like he's going bald right down the middle. That is gross, dude. Time to shave your head, bro.
So this poor guy Kozarev is already making these.
He's a rug guy, though. He's never going to just shave his head. He'll get a rug.
They're fluctuating together, which becomes the key for understanding how 2012 solar flash did happen, but on Proxima Centauri.
Oh yeah, he was completely wrong in his predictions. Oh no, a solar flash happened at a nearby star system, so I was still right in my wacky world of Wilcock.
25th, 2012. There was a solar flash, just like we were expecting, but it was over on Proxima Centauri. And it's Kozarev's discovery that allows us to appreciate that fact, because he's the one that
never-ending forehead.
Stars
that is quite a big forehead, yeah.
Fluctuating at exactly the same time, suggesting that a faster-than-light communication is occurring.
The solar flash totally happened. Thanks for being a member, Cal Pally.
They do not move at light speed; they move much faster.
Peeled egg
he could get them
stage.
Mechanically. And then as he's reading this book about the temptation of Faust, he's thinking about being in the concentration camp, and he has this huge emotional surge. And then right at that moment,
started GoFundMe for hair plugs. Yes.
Turned and pointed towards him.
Hair club for men.
Towards him. And he had the biggest
hair club for men, Patty, is so weird. I worked in an office with a lot of men, and there was a bunch of guys that got that. And it's basically just a glue-on rug. It's just a rug that they glue on the top of your head, and you it looks so ridiculous. But then there was one guy that I knew that had one that I never knew it was a rug. So I guess it depends. You got to have somebody really good working on the rug to make it look, I don't know. I've always said that if and when I go bald, I would just have some dignity and shave my head. I had a friend growing up who went bald like at 20, and I felt bad for him because he was such a vain guy. And he just shaved his head, and he's been bald ever since. You know, you got to have some dignity. Hair plugs look stupid. It looks like doll hair, right? Or Barbie hair. And rugs look even more ridiculous. I don't know. If I ever went bald, I would just shave my head.
Life is.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot here. We want to thank High Speed Chase for a kind and generous $5 super chat and for being a member. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. High Speed Chase says, every time you pause, his face is always wackadoo looking. What a Wookiee spanker. I could definitely see him spanking some Wookiees off. Definitely High Speed Chase. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support and helping us too.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
That's right. We are praising the cash tonight, friends. For those unaware, we read every single super chat. So if you're feeling generous, hit that money button and help us out. We appreciate all of you.
His whole body was shaking. His hands, fur standing up on your arms. It looks like fur now. Oh my God. That was the big moment in Kozarev's life. That was the big turning point.
Exactly,
That
Mark.
was when he realized that the energy fields that he had discovered could be generated mechanically.
It's a big cop out.
But they could also be generated by nothing other than the mind. The mind itself generates.
Somewhere in the universe, there was a solar flash.
Make
Sure.
the needle turn towards you.
Oh, look at that. YouTube Rabbit Hole got one of the free memberships. Thank you, High Speed Chase. Thank High Speed Chase.
Many other things like orgone energy, the protege of Sigmund Freud, who came up with orgone. I'll think of his name.
That's gross, Stormcrow.
But this is really good stuff. It's all coming together.
It's all coming together. It's all a bunch of nonsense, David Wilcock. This is a bunch of nonsense.
So then this triggers this huge industry of Russian science that
Nothing,
goes on for
but
so
he's
long.
connecting dots here.
And it leads to
Yeah, me
pyramids being built
too.
in the
I got a lot of
1990s
friends that
where they're
went bald,
capturing
Brimstone. I'm still
torsion
holding
fields.
on, but my
So
widow's
again,
peaks are
torsion
getting
fields are the energy of consciousness.
big, right?
They ride on gravity. And what the pyramid does ultimately
Good for
is it
you.
harnesses
Have some
torsion
dignity,
fields
Glenn
and
Fripp.
causes them to swirl in the middle.
Besides, some women like
The word
bald
pyramid
men.
means fire in the middle, pyre amid, fire in the middle. So that's what the word actually means, and it's because there's this swirling. If you
You're right,
can
Cal
imagine,
Poly.
like
Forget anti-gravity.
water going
I want
down
a
drain with
natural-looking hair
swirling
system.
current, like a tornado. The pyramid creates that by its shape because the Russians discovered that everything has this fluid-like energy coming out of it.
I shaved my head once, and I don't remember exactly why. Oh, I had super long hair, and I had hair down in my ass, really. It was just all one length, super long black hair. And I don't know, I just got sick of it, of having hair that long because it requires a lot of maintenance, And then I got a haircut, and I hated the haircut so bad that I just said, I'm just going to shave it all off and start over. And that's what I did. But I wasn't going bald. Yeah. Al Warrior's here with the kind and generous $5 super chat. Says the Forehead Chronicles never gets old. Can't say I disagree with you, Al Warrior. Oh, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show, and being a longtime show supporter. Al Warrior has been here since the beginning of the show. He came with the sets. Thank you, Al Warrior, for two things: being a member and your kind and generous super chat. The Forehead Chronicles never gets old.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
Yes, and we have a very kind and generous $20 super chat from Keith Gardeck. Has David ever uttered the phrase, "It puts the lotion in the basket"? He looks like that guy, doesn't he? He looks like that guy, Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs. Thanks for putting a smile on my face, Keith Gardeck, and thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and helping us too.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
All right, we got to try to get through some more of this. We're only 26 minutes into
and
3
there's energy
hours.
flowing in to make the atoms, and there's energy that flows out. Okay, so this is a big deal. So yes, I did.
This
get
is a
injured.
big
Somebody
deal.
was noticing that I did get injured over here on my eye, and so you can go and speculate whatever it is, but it's just I actually tried to squeeze out something. I had this hard lump in there that had been in there for a long time. I tried to squeeze it, and then I ended up getting a baggy eye. So sorry if you don't like my
He's
face. It's
squeezing
gonna heal up very
zits
soon, but this is-
inside his
I
mouth,
would
and that
consider
caused
this
an
an
eye
emergency
injury.
situation. I wasn't going to do a show today, but now I am. So
This is an emergency situation.
Anyway,
Here's the
people can say
emergency.
whatever they like.
I need
Always
money,
say
you dumb people. Send me
further
more.
and work their way up. So yeah, there you go. I don't really care. Anyway, the point is,
He's
I'm
going
trying
to get to the
explain you
point
now
finally.
that the reason why when he shakes this weight up and down, let's go back here. The reason why when he
Last
shakes this
attempt
weight
before
up
really
and down,
coming
when
to
he gets
terms with
this,
hair loss.
this needle to
Javina
turn,
likes bald men.
is that
There
as you
go.
shake the weight up and down, it's like you're underwater. And as you shake something underwater, you
Hey,
get
Jimmy
this
McGurdy's
ripple.
here.
In fact, any
McGow-
movement through water automatically
McGow,
creates
sorry,
a
welcome.
donut, just like you see with dolphins when they do the little thing with their snout and they can make a little donut and they can keep it in the water and they play with it and stuff.
Jesus
Well, that's
Christ!
because
Now he's talking about
any
dolphin
motion, any
bubbles.
thrust moving through a liquid is going to create this toroidal shape. That's just what it does. That's natural physics. And it'll often round out into the size of a sphere. So these are these spherical toroidal fields. And one of the things Kozer
Maybe somebody
discovered is
punched
that
him
they
in the
stay
face.
there. If you build a torsion source, you will get this current that flows and it will stay there after the
Cocaine
source is
nose
taken
job.
away.
Oh no!
So I got this torsion field generator. There's actually mechanical generators that you can use.
He should have, yeah.
And this is what they use to control the weather. If you have a torsion field generator, it's going to do a much better job of manipulating where the clouds go than anything else. So there's a Russian
He needs
scientist,
DoorDash money, yes.
Italian scientist named Pierre Louis.
He spent $6,000 on meals and entertainment out of charity money.
Torsion field generator.
Think about
It's the
that for a
same type
minute. Let's just think about how arrogant of an asshole you have to be to collect $200,000 in free money to do charitable work, and you spent $6,000 of that on yourself for meals and entertainment. I don't know. Maybe I'm just cheap, or maybe I'm thrifty, but I haven't spent $6,000 in takeout in the last, 10 years of my life. Me and my wife are real big on doing everything we can at home. Now occasionally have a rough day or something's going on, we get a pizza or something, but we're cheap even with that, like Little Caesars, I can't imagine spending $6,000 on meals and entertainment in a 2-year period. That is just crazy, absolutely crazy to me.
The stuff, same type of
especially when it's coming out of charitable donations people are giving you. Like, is that what people thought when they're like, oh, I'll give David's new charity, let's say $300 or, $5,000. What if somebody gave him $5,000 in a charitable donation? Did they think he's going to spend this on meals and entertainment for himself, right? And who would be okay with that? Nobody. That's how greedy this man is.
And when he turned it on, he could open up the clouds like it would be a circle and they would just go whoop and they just open up.
Whoop.
So this is a technology that's very real. It's been kept very, very secret. It's not something you're usually going to hear about.
It's so real, he can't show us it.
Incredible ability to
right?
manipulate, control the weather.
Then why don't you show us
this
that?
kind of stuff? And I know exactly what's going on.
Oh yeah, the government is directing weather modification devices to attack David Wilcock.
I mean, the 5 feet of snow. I was trapped in here for a week. I had to have stored food. And then
you had a snowstorm, you pussy. You're such a pussy.
All this buildup
it's
around
a snowstorm, you
eclipse. I don't
pussy.
know. But there's a lot of stuff that's being disclosed. There's a lot of communications coming out about it that are very provocative.
McGahee, thank you.
Well,
I like to pronounce names are important.
This extremely high wind.
Now I will get it right.
McGahee starts on Friday. It gets really bad on Saturday. It gets so bad Saturday night that by 3 p.m. they turn the power
agree.
off.
Should.
They say, "Oh, don't worry, we're going to turn it back on tomorrow afternoon." Well, they didn't turn it back on tomorrow afternoon. Why? Because we had surges of wind going up to 80 to 100 miles an hour.
And by the way, I checked. No, they didn't. He's lying about that.
So we lost power.
40 miles an hour.
If you don't have power, you can't heat your house. And this wind is like, 27 degrees Fahrenheit, which means below freezing. 5-6 degrees below freezing. 5 degrees. So
he'll do the great comb over.
It's
high
I think
so
wind,
too.
And that already I have a log home, so it blows through the cracks of the logs because no matter what you do, you're going to have cracks in the logs. I had to retreat to the downstairs bedrooms, literally right over here where I'm pointing. It's, if you go through this room, you walk right over there. There it is. That's the best place
he's
in the
splurging
house
on everybody else's money.
So scary. I probably the only other thing I can remember that
the production value
was being on a sinking ship with my brother on Lake George, and my father and his Italian buddy Rick. Rick had the sailboat. We went out there, and this freakish storm comes
even
in
still,
while we're out there.
JLW,
and all of a sudden it's like rain and it's storms and it's thunder, and the boat is tipping so far over that my brother and I are standing on the wall.
Now he's telling a story about being on a sinking ship,
which is now the window of the boat on the side.
Oh my
And we're
God.
seeing
So he just basically said that the government is using weather modification devices. Look at that. That's his. You want to see something gross? That's his O face right there. That's David Wilcock's O face captured in real time. Look at that. So he just basically said that the men in black or the government or somebody are sending him terrible weather to stop him or something. Now he's talking about being on a sinking ship as a child. This guy is like ready for a rubber
water
room,
in
if
the
you ask
window.
me. He's ready for a rubber
I
room.
thought we were dead, man. I was screaming. My brother is screaming. And there's this funny thing that happens when you both think you're going to die.
Definitely Wookiee
You're
spankers.
kind of making eye contact with each other, but
Yep.
you're screaming
5 days
at the
of
same time.
darkness.
But you're just looking at each other as well, trying to like understand what the hell is going.
Lucky his wife left her. Wilcock would have ate her.
It was so crazy. This had that kind of vibe, dude. This was like, man, I just do not want to go through this. 3 o'clock.
Oh, he's definitely going
off.
to,
Starts
Cal
getting
Poly.
cold by
Definitely.
like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night. I'm like, we got to get downstairs pretty soon. All I have is these 2 solar
33 cicadas.
solar batteries, EF deltas, which are fantastic. You know, I'm not a sales representative or anything, but man, they got me through this. I only need one of them too. I had 2 of them, but I only need one. So I had one of them fully charged, and I use it to run my electric heater downstairs. Thank God I had that because it ran out at like 3 o'clock in the morning. The room actually stayed warm though. But my God, I got out in the morning. I have no power, and I got to put on my. I already have my base layer, so I have like thick wool under shorts and long sleeve shirt on.
200 miles per hour is better for donations.
very thick
Definitely,
wool socks,
definitely
thickest
better than
one you
40
can get.
miles an hour. Yeah.
As soon as I wake up, I got to throw on ski pants for Mount Everest level skiing, and I got to throw on my winter jacket and my hat and my gloves to live inside my house.
He's trying to get sympathy because it's
And
snowed.
then I got to
Yes.
starting a fire, and that was when things improved a little bit. I had to leave the doors open and just hope that enough heat is coming off of the fireplace without any blower running that it's going to warm up the house. And it actually did. And we were lucky enough to get sunlight. But I mean, the wind was so crazy. It was so loud. And, you know, thankfully no trees
That's
came
just
down.
sucking
but I had
off
to
the
take all
editor
of my stuff off the
face.
porch and put it in the ground. And then it turns out that there's been this
Yeah,
biblical
he's
amount of damage
collecting
to the
donations,
local
but he's
electrical infrastructure.
He's not filing
Like,
his
really,
990s,
really, really bad.
which is a violation of federal law.
Drama. I'm sorry, but I have a hard time figuring out where this is going. Look, you know, you don't have to like the show, but this is all about negative greeting.
He's
Okay?
claiming
We're
that.
all
Here's
topics
another
on
thing.
demonic negative greeting. Okay, so just,
He's claiming that he's running electric heaters off of a solar backup battery system. And I don't know, maybe it's just me because I actually had an off-grid cabin and I know I built my own solar system. You can't run electric heaters off a solar system. You can if you want to kill your batteries in an hour or two. So I think he's just lying, right? I think he's just making stuff up for sympathy so people send him money.
just bear with me.
That's my opinion.
I can
I'm
feel that
entitled
one, I
to it.
guess. But you're going to see where this is going. Okay, believe me, you're going to see where this is going.
Oh, we're definitely going to see where this is going.
After going through this experience, you know, and psychopath
Lou
people are
Horton.
not going to want to hear me talk about bad things that happen to me because they don't have any empathy for me. They're only here to attack. So this kind of stuff they hate because they have to feel empathy for a while, and that hurts them inside. You know, they don't like that.
I have empathy for people who are going through real struggles. But some asshole who lives in a multi-million-dollar log cabin mansion in the mountains of Colorado crying because he had a snowstorm and it was windy, I don't have empathy for you. You live in an area where there's snowstorms and it's windy sometimes, David. Suck it up, Buttercup. Keith Gardeck with another kind of generous $10. Random words entered into Chat GPT make more sense than this. WTF. I can't say I disagree with you. But I want to take a moment to remind everybody, we read every single super chat. We thank every single supporter. We love you, super chatters. We read every single one, and we thank you, kind and generous supporters. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash, Keith Gardeck.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, let's continue. We got to get through some more of this.
So I don't know if that's what's going on here, but it's just something that I've observed as a standard practice. Anyway, this was so insane because even after the wind had stopped, which it was mostly over by the next day, we're supposed to get the power back on at noon, and that didn't happen. The power stayed off for 2.5 more days. And so everybody lost all their stuff, and everybody was at the dump. So there was free garbage day at the dump. I took all my garbage over there on the free day. I really did. It's true. I saved about $6. It was amazing. So free garbage day because everybody lost all their groceries, but I didn't because I had this solar-powered backup generator with 360-watt panels feeding into this thing. So total.
You're right, Amy
And
Collins.
it kept my refrigerator going. And at night, the house was so freaking cold it didn't matter. I slept downstairs. But I have to say, this whole experience has changed me. Going through that blackout, facing that.
Yeah, we've
fear,
played that
again,
here
I
before,
really
Keith.
didn't want to do a show today because this was so horrifying. This was so insane to just have to go to bed at night with nothing but an open pit fire that you then have to close. You know your house is going to get.
Yeah, that stuff under his eye, it just looks like zits. Like he popped a bunch of zits or something. That's gross.
Freezing cold. You have to just.
That's definitely acne. It's like acne that he covered over with some makeup, it looks like.
Render to that. You don't have.
Yeah, it was so. How many times is it going to say, I really didn't want to do a show today because there was a snowstorm and a windstorm and I didn't have power for a few days. And I'll give him that. It sucks when you don't have power. Try that with 2 kids in your house. We had a week here with no power, right? And the whole block had generators going. We didn't have a generator at the time. I have to do something about that because we have frequent power failures here, but I don't go on the internet and cry about it. You just kind of deal with it, right? Bro lost power for 2 days and is really holding back tears. Yes.
Have any way to keep your room warm because you're not next to a fireplace. So you just have to sort of go with it. Thankfully,
sleep near
we were
the
able to never get
fireplace,
too
you
cold.
buttercup.
It never really got bad at all. In fact, the dog was comfortable. I was comfortable. We made it work.
Anal
But I
warts
only
on
got
his
out of this thing a
face.
few days ago. So right through the middle of the clips, I was in all this crap.
He needs some
I'm in a very
Vagisil.
survival
Oh
situation. I had to
no.
wash my hands.
He's in a
sink.
survival situation. He
And
had to
when you
wash
don't
his
have
hands
any
in a
running
sink.
water, which is what happened to me after a day and a half. I lost my running water because that battery only runs for a while. It's not hooked up to the generator. I can't get that done right now. So I lost running water. So I had to actually wash dishes in like a pot. I had to wash my hands in a pot. When you start living that way, you have no power. You're running your dish. Your dishes are being run through like bottled water. I had prepared for this, so I had a 5-gallon jug of water.
Yeah, what he's describing right now is life at my cabin every time I'm there. Has anybody ever heard me cry and complain about life at my cabin? We have what's called a dry cabin. We don't have plumbing, you know. We heat the water to do dishes on the wood stove, and to take a shower, we heat that on the fire outside or on the wood stove or the propane stove. We've got a big 10-gallon pot and a pump that goes up to the shower head. What you're describing is having a cabin, and he's freaking out like this is the worst thing that ever happened to him.
Water that I kept by my sink, and I used that to wash my hands.
Yeah, and he has a
It
big
was
ass
so
generator.
crazy.
He can't figure out how to turn it
And
on.
I think, picking at my eye was something I did out of frustration afterwards. But anyway, this was all happening to me. This whole situation
Oh, this is
was
so
happening
terrible to me.
in the middle of being publicly threatened by the DS like never before. And when I show you this, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about.
He's
This was
being
what was
publicly
going on leading
threatened
up
by
to
the deep
eclipse.
state.
And I'll wait for the slides so it has the right amount of dramatic flair. But trust me, folks, this show is going to open up here. So if you're just like falling asleep, you're bored. Emily Howard said,
Yeah, I think everybody's bored because for the first 36 minutes, he's told a story about how terrible it is to be in a snowstorm in Colorado. Come on. What a buttercup, right? He's not cut out for life.
could you get hot food? Our house can't do any heat. We have a gas generator. Oh, that's a great question, Emily. Thank you. Yeah. So when I was going through this, I did have the ability to run my gas stove. But because it's really dangerous to do that, I had to keep the windows open. So it's like this crazy situation where I had too much wind to use my outdoor propane grill, which is what I cook with quite a bit. So instead of using the outdoor grill, I had to use the indoor gas stove, but then I had to open up a window by the gas stove on one side and then open up a window on the other side of the house over by the fireplace and ventilate it that way. And so like I had hot dogs for breakfast. I boiled hot dogs, and I had broccoli a lot. I didn't want to make a steak because it would be too much smoke. I did reheat cooked chicken thigh at one point. That worked pretty well. Deb Robertson says you can set a metal pot on top of a wood stove, heat water for your cooking and cleaning. I've done this many times. Yes. I am so into getting a standalone potbelly type wood stove, something like that now, because all I have is this inset fireplace. And if I had the wood stove, I would have been set. I would have had so much easier time. I mean,
No, you're just an idiot. You can put a couple of bricks inside a fireplace, and you put the fire in the fireplace, and you put the pot in between the two bricks. You can heat water in a fireplace if you're not an idiot. But I do highly recommend a wood stove. We here at my home have a fireplace, a wood stove fireplace insert that has a blower. And when we have a power failure here, I have a big stack of wood out in the backyard. We just light the fireplace, and we can heat our entire home from that wood stove and blower in the fireplace, and we can also cook our meals. He is the unmanliest man I've ever known. If you have a fireplace and you can't figure out how to put a pot of water on top of the fire in the fireplace, then you're an idiot, right? Yeah, he couldn't heat a steak because it would be too smoky, right?
Burned an enormous amount of oak firewood to get through this. Oh, Linda Catone says, I'm not bored. This is good storytelling. Thank you. Non-psychopathic people hopefully feel that way.
Yeah, if you don't,
I went through a desperate situation. Lorraine
if you don't feel
says
for him, if you don't feel bad for him having to live through a snowstorm and a power failure for a couple of days, then you're a psychopath, according to David Wilcock.
My family, I became terribly diseased on my skin, inflammation from being on fire with the horror of my situation. Somebody tells him, why don't you just sawed off there? To the guy that insulted us.
Trans woman.
Where is Colin? Love the comedy. I don't even have Colin's glasses today.
Just
mate.
thought of a fire
problem,
after it snowed. Yes.
Yeah, I do. Yes, I've got one pair of Colin glasses made to order.
That's my mistake. I'm thinking he's a man. I don't know. You know,
okay,
listen,
we got Colin glasses. I
want to be fair, though. Because of my experience with building that cabin and heating that cabin myself and being very, very self-sufficient in that cabin, I have very little sympathy for a guy like David Wilcock, who's living in a multi-million-dollar mansion, which, by the way, has a huge generator. He has a generator almost the size of a car out in one of his garages. He showed it on a previous stream. He couldn't figure out how to get it on, turn on. I don't have sympathy for a guy who has a generator the size of a Volkswagen and couldn't figure out how to turn it on during a power failure event, right? And by the way, there's nothing wrong with like buying a house and you can't figure out how to get the generator on. You call a generator professional who will come to your log cabin, multi-million-dollar mansion, service the unit, show you how to turn it on and flip the switch and whatever. He has a generator sufficient to power his entire log cabin mansion during a power out event. So no, I don't have any sympathy for him. But in fairness, I get that some men don't have the experience that I have with like heating their own home or surviving without electricity. By the way, the new cabin I'm building is literally in the middle of the woods. There will be no power until I put some kind of solar system in. And even then, I'm thinking I just want enough for lights and a laptop, right? I hit a sweet spot. We have a lot of power failures at my other cabin, but we do have on-grid power there, but we have power failures. I have a small solar panel system that I can run for days on a full charge and just have lights, electric lights, and a laptop. That's all you really need, you know? Yeah, he's been living there for 10 years, and he can't figure out how to work the generator. That's his own fault for being stupid.
The other ones I actually needed. I mean, I bought them because I wanted to look like that for a comedy skit, but then they're actually very.
The generator is the size of a small car. It's enough to power a 5,000 square foot house.
Kind of makes sense. Paulo Avila, thank you for the super chat. Oh yes, Cindy Sims says you must have a wood stove.
You're right.
Person Dax.
I have bought wood stoves for $50, Garagey. The one that's in my cabin now was $100, Everyone that I bought for that cheap, though, needed a little bit of restoration or work. But all you got to do is take a grinding wheel to it and sandpaper the whole thing, and then wood stove polish it with a towel, and it looks brand new. Yeah, I'll be doing that for my new cabin. I'll be buying a second hand, or I already have a wood stove that I may use, but I'm trying to find one that's going to be a little better. For bigger is better. The other cabin is going to be something like, I don't know, it's 15 by 20 maybe. Maybe a little less, maybe 12 by 16. I don't know. But yeah, you could buy a wood stove for scrap value or less. The generator probably starts with a button. Most of them do.
It says, my parents were always
When they're that
prepared
big.
for when modern living went awry. They started out life in poverty, so scary scenarios are
Yeah,
always
you're right. I love wood stoves.
To be a true intellect. So yeah, I mean, I've been through some pretty cool stuff here. I've been through like surviving this, man, without even having a good wood stove to heat water. I did it with the stovetop. It was wonderful.
He's crying. He's crying that he doesn't have a wood stove to heat the water. And he just said that his gas stove inside his house was working during the power failure. So yeah, you just heat the water on a pot on the stove, you pussy. Jesus.
Latvinas says, I'm coming up there and we are going to eat off the land for a week. You need to practice, my friend. Well, yeah, I mean, during this time, we had like this ice that had formed over all the snow. I mean, we had 2.5 feet of snow on almost all the land. So that was another scary thing, is you couldn't go outside foraging. There's nothing above the snow.
Yeah, they're very expensive new. I've always gone used ones.
In fact, I was helping all the birds stay alive. There's a whole big bird issue where they were really scared about this stuff.
In fact, you know what? I like wood stoves so much, and I'm going to be building a bunch of cabins coming up at the new land. On Facebook Marketplace, I look at wood stoves almost every couple of days, because you got to keep looking so that when that one shows up for $50, you jump on it and get it, you know. And I also have a wood cook stove, which looks like a stove, but it's got a little firebox in the side. We have that at the cabin, and I have a spare one of those as well. Yeah, he should have learned basic bushcraft instead of grifting. Shade is bad for solar systems. Even one panel in the shade will put the entire system current down. Yeah, we actually have our solar panels inside a solar room. It's inside a greenhouse on the side of the cabin.
I had a whole flock of crows, and I was bailing them out. They really definitely needed to be fed.
He's a survivor.
David lives in so much poverty, LOL. Well, you know what? I mean, if you can't do this, if you can't survive this way, then what's going to happen is, what are you going to do? Are you going to remember that you can
even a Girl Scout can start a campfire?
Or how are you going to wash your hands? Are you going to get crazy and just start like screaming and go outside and throw them in the snow and then like hurt your hands because they're cold now? No, you got to think about these things. So I have been,
you are correct, Amy
prepping
Collins.
for
Yeah.
this moment since I listened.
Oh,
to
he's a
Marcel in
prepper now.
1995,
Yeah, he's a
and
prepper.
selling the Sea Crane.
Well, he's living in $1 million
radio
house,
now.
right?
The standard thing the American Cross offers, American Red Cross sells a emergency hand crank radio. So
yeah, he said
these are
10
good
minutes
things
ago.
to have in mind, you know, you want to be able to keep yourself safe. You want to be able to have a good way to get through this stuff. And I am now the guinea pig. I was telling you guys we might have a blackout. I was telling you guys
I have one that has a glass front at my cabin now.
Well, I got thrown into it. And in the middle of all this, again, I got threatened in a very, very astonishing way that really kind of gives me like a Jim Morrison type of vibe, you know, like in a good way, like a hero vibe. Like, wow, you guys, thanks for branding me into your crazy nonsense that you're doing. And as I said here in the slide,
yeah, he wouldn't know a real survival situation if he saw one. I was at the cabin once, and it was probably the first year that I had the cabin, and it got down to -10 Fahrenheit, and my car would not start, and I had no firewood, right? And so I called AAA, and they said we can't get there till tomorrow, but I had no firewood, and it's -10. That's a survival situation. And you know what I did? I got my chainsaw. I went out in the woods and I cut some wood and put it on a sled, and I drug it back to the cabin, and I was fine until the next day when AAA showed up, And as I recall, the starter had frozen or something like that. I don't know. The guy went under the car and banged something and told me to start the car, and it started right up. That's a real survival situation. Being in a cabin with no other means of heat except for a wood stove, having no firewood, and it's -10 outside, right? I didn't make a video for you guys bitching that I just survived and I almost died. And, and by the way, I had a neighbor across the street that would have been kind enough to let me stay in his garage or stay over in his basement or what, sleep over if I couldn't have figured things out on my own, but I did. This guy's crying because he survived 2 days of a power failure in a multi-million-dollar log cabin mansion, right? Keith Gardeck with another kind and generous $5 says, we need to put a team together to visit the hideaway and deliver him a bunch of camping tools and survival. I can't say. I think that's an excellent idea.
Raise the cash.
Thank you, Keith Gardeck. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. Well, let's try to get through some more of this. I said I wasn't going to go through the whole thing. We're 40 minutes in. We'll do up to an hour.
Slide, I'm not worried because of the math. And so what do I mean?
I want to hear
what I mean
how the deep state threatened him.
There's already right now 40 Black Lotus, thank you. Why did you start eating meat? Well, because I had to. I was anemic. Janet Levitt, thank you for all you do, David. Always look forward to your live streams. I tried to make vegan work for 7 years. And we're going to talk about when I went to Japan and I went to these temples. And one of the things I was going to say is that diet was not good for me.
You're right.
And I had very dark circles under my eyes when I went out there. And so the pictures are horrifying. The pictures made it darker than it really was because a lot of times photographs will do that. But when you have really dark circles under your eyes, it's even worse. So yeah, I've discovered that if you look at the work of Weston Price, Dr. Weston Price, traditional diets are the way to go. So if you can't eat meat, then you can still get by with eggs and ghee. You want to get the clarified butter from cows.
I love getting health advice from a guy who looks like that.
When you buy eggs, you're
right? Does he look healthy to you? He's got stringy ass hair. He's going bald. He's probably
look for the eggs
20 or 30 pounds overweight.
Even if they're not,
he's giving health advice.
Ones, that doesn't even matter. If you got organic eggs and the yolks are yellow, I don't even. Give me the orange yolks, and the darker orange they are, the more they have this compound.
Thanks, JLW.
Dr. Weston Price called Activator X. And Activator X is also found extensively in meats, especially if they're raised organically. So that's why I only stick with bison. I don't touch beef at all. I mean, like not at all. So I have a very, very strict diet.
He has a very expensive diet. Do you know how expensive bison meat is?
On the plains.
We've talked about it.
This was the food source that was provided. And of course, the Native Americans had a great reverence for this.
Deliver us from this delusional dipshit. So yes.
Always been a part of what I'm about. And as you can see here,
they threatened to turn his thermostat down to 69.
Look at that. It's right there. And part of that is just that I really identify with that spirit. So I'm not worried about this because of the math, because there's so many of you out there who are sending me positive thoughts and wishes. So even if these people do a mass ceremony to try specifically to come after me, which is what it looks like, or at least the greater source that's working through me, they're trying to come after that, whatever you want to interpret that as.
Yes, math will save us.
I'll show you what I mean. You can laugh now
hey there,
for a
Hank
couple
McGirt.
more minutes and then you won't be laughing. Do I talk about it if somebody threatens me like this? Well, yeah, because I don't believe it. I don't think that this is going to work. If anybody sends Lam in here, I think that Gurley is going to kick his ass. I already said this. There's a movie that I want to make called Gurley versus Lam. That's one of the things we talk about in Sacred Science of Michael, the course that I now have, which we're offering a great discount on this week. But anyway, I'll get
great discount. Yeah, you got to pitch the product, Wilcock.
Gurley versus Lam, spindly little gray extraterrestrial. If
he named his dog
Gurley. To have his normal magic powers, he doesn't stand a chance against Gurley. He's never even going to make it to me in my bed. Before he even gets to the bed, he's already going to have to deal
Thanks,
with
Keith.
It. So, I think maybe next time, you guys, if you want to summon something to come after me, make it bigger and stronger, because Lam just probably won't even make it past Gurley. So
yeah, he hasn't made up the deep state story yet, and he's stalling.
How to threaten me in the future more effectively. So anyway, the movie Moment of Truth is something that I really haven't talked about a whole lot.
Meth, it's what's for dinner.
Here's the slide. I wasn't on the right thing there. But Moment of Truth revealed this connection of this entity that got in touch with none other than the elusive Aleister Crowley.
I don't think so.
And so he is a very well-known figure in terms of having written a variety of books in which, admittedly, he did an amazing job of summarizing so many different types of traditional forms of magic
yes,
that were practiced in various cultures, and not all of it was bad.
Now I was going to talk about Aleister Crowley and Lamb and the alien connection.
Buddhism, he was researching that. Crowley was doing a very broad spectrum study of what was going on.
Oh my God, we're only 45 minutes in.
In fact, a lot of the Crowley research is part of why Manly Palmer Hall ended up writing Secret Teachings of All Ages, where he
Catholic indulgences. That's a whole controversy in and of itself, Hank McGurk.
To explore all of these weird, arcane, hidden things that had been in weird Masonic libraries and books that nobody'd ever read. And then he's synthesizing all this data together to write Secret Teachings, which is very interesting. Okay, I mean, you got to give them credit. Like, the negative is very interesting. As you learn more about it, it's very complex. It's scary. It's weird. It's terrifying. Crystal P, thank you. Delphine Gomez, thank you. Appreciate your efforts. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Keep selling nonsense.
So when we're seeing how this works, we have Manly Palmer Hall doing the same type of stuff that Crowley was doing. They're trying to compare all these things together. But again, you go to page 100 or page C in Manly's book, and it's talking about this summoning of Mephistopheles by Faust. And he says, hey, this is real. And then he says, if you get this creature after you, it can be a real big problem. He told you, do not mess with this, because once this creature...
Somebody said it's real and not a story, so I guess it must be.
All the time. In fact, there are weird stories about people playing around with this stuff, and these would be like elite families, okay? And these are pieces of disclosure I haven't shared yet, but that were conveyed to me in a way that is very trustworthy. That this is really going to scare you. So maybe, you know, kids go to place with toys right now.
Oh, but, I'm just terrified. Yeah, I'm just terrified.
I'll talk around it in a circumspect way to make it easier for that if somebody didn't get out of the room. If people start doing the type of things that Crowley perfected as of
makes no sense.
1904, I guess is when all this started. We'll see that
in an eye bag.
If you can play around with this stuff and you can get something like Mephistopheles to appear, okay?
You probably never read any of the things you just mentioned.
Let's say you're doing this in your own castle. You're this elite family. You have this castle, and let's just say, because a particular whistleblower example I have,
man, bear pig ain't no joke.
Female spirit. The creature was female. It was not male. And they were messing around in the basement. They were doing these things. What started to happen is that, like, basically on a regular basis, and I don't know exactly how often it was, but let's say every few weeks, you hear this voice moaning in the basement. Oh, and it's a female voice. And she's going to drive you out of your mind, and you're going to hear this until
he's getting visited by female demons now.
Another one of these events down there with her where she gets to participate. Imagine how horrifying it would be to be trapped in your house. You're stuck in your house, and you have this ghost.
Yeah, I don't know how often, but let's make something up, Talmud. Thanks for being a member.
Is now you got to go do something for this thing again. This is apparently real. This is apparently some of what people were dealing with. And so it's a very, very strange thing, because in order to get
this is apparently real
negative entities to manifest,
not that it's real,
you have to have the right astronomical alignment. You have to have planets in the right alignment. This has always been the way it is. And this is why astrologers and alchemists are always kind of side by side. They need to calculate. Oh, that's right. They need to calculate astronomical alignments. Why? Because you can't do the work unless there's an astronomical.
I just wanted to say, I'm fairly familiar with a great deal of esoteric literature about summoning entities and demons and angels and ceremonial magic. And nowhere in the things that I've read was there a prerequisite of planetary alignments to do some of those rituals. So he's just talking out of his ass here, making things up, I guess.
Alignment. Why? Because the entity isn't going to have enough energy to actually appear unless you have the right alignment.
Yes, he's telling the story of Infamous.
Very, very
yes.
complex. And they would do strange things.
It would be good if he was
example,
visited by
Jack,
an insane Bigfoot.
Namesake of my glasses prop here. In fact, let's why not give it to you as Uncle Jack?
That was just his wife in the basement with another man. Yeah, that's what the moaning was.
True story. Mate, the London Fire, 1666. Why do you think they picked that year to do it, mate? It ends in 666. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They burn the whole thing down. They sacrifice a bunch of this land. Look at what it becomes, mate.
Can't say I disagree. Yes.
The financial center of their universe, mate. Why do you think they had to burn it down in that particular year, I wonder? Anyway, there you go.
Yeah, this is the clown who says that he's under deep state attack and that the government are using weather modification devices to create snowstorms and wind to take him out somehow.
This is the kind of stuff that you actually hear. It's like, wow, I never thought of that. That's really, really crazy and scary. But yeah, so Uncle Jack and other insiders told me that there's different types of magic and that one type of magic is played out upon a global level.
Yeah, I've heard of that, Hank.
Level, and it involves,
it's a prop cigarette. It's not even a real cigarette.
Events
I don't think you could handle a real cigarette.
Which are intended to try to appease these negative spirits. And so the negative spirits,
spitting out random facts.
Homer Hall's book, they want to be publicized. One of the most common things that's going to happen, the equivalent of the demon moaning in the basement, is the demon wants you to publicize its existence, and it won't be happy unless you do that. So
I'm trying to see where he gets to the deep state attack
out of what they saw and then put them on the building. Well, that's something that they really saw. That's the part of the disclosure that you didn't have before, unless you've heard some of my shows.
No, it gets to the QTAR Telegram posts in another...
Audrey Amal, thank you very much.
20 minutes.
So again, we had astronomical alignments being very important. There's these cosmic
killer cabal trees
that really are torsion fields, if you will. You could look at them as conduits that there's like a
I think they are.
Space.
Each their own, though, brother Johnny.
Only exists in a certain portion of Earth's orbit, and that when you have these celestial bodies in alignment, they actually create a wormhole, and that wormhole creates this heightened energy of torsion fields that Kozarev discovered. So the good part is...
I agree, Sandra McDonald. And thanks for being a member. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us.
With the pyramid water. You can heal mental illnesses. They actually seem to improve in the presence of a pyramid. All types of health just get dramatically better. If you build a pyramid over an oil field, the oil comes out cleaner and purer, and you get more of it. It's the same thing with a well. They did pyramids over Chernobyl, and they found that the wells became non-radioactive. So this stuff really, really works. And one of the technologies we have is much better than the pyramid. It's a charge cluster or exotic vacuum object technology, where we shoot the charge clusters through radioactive material. And guess what? It deradiates the material, and
it doesn't.
Tabletop levels, which are basically insignificant.
This is pseudoscience garbage. This isn't real.
We can deradiate material with this Russian technology.
Why wouldn't they do that at Chernobyl then, you dummy?
Fringe benefit.
Because it doesn't work.
So there's a heightened torsion field energy that also can be happening from the sun as the solar activity reaches its peak.
He probably watches himself on Ancient Aliens.
And you also see the peak of revolutionary breakthroughs and new scientific advancements.
Yeah, why didn't he build a pyramid over his cabin? It's not a cabin, it's a log cabin mansion that's styled as a cabin.
Activity. And I've talked about Tchaikovsky before and how he discovers there's this 11-year sunspot cycle.
Good evening, Steve McDonald. Welcome.
You get this peak of wars. And
just released the Charge Busters.
You'll be golden. And then you can even analyze what part of the 11-year cycle is happening in society.
Yeah. Why don't you see a pyramid on every oil field then, David Wilcock, you dummy?
Feels like
because it doesn't work. It's pseudoscience nonsense.
Stuff. So anyway, the whole point is that there were very elaborate astrological rituals that were needed to get this stuff to work. So if you go back to the time of Queen Elizabeth, you have her court astrologer, John Dee.
Oh my God, I got to go through 6 more minutes. I don't think I'm going to make it.
He's the astrologer. He has to know what the alignments are. And Uncle Jack told me that they made contact with entities using these practices, and that when Spain was invading England, the entity said, don't worry about it. Don't launch any of your ships. Keep them in the harbor. Don't do anything. And as the Spanish fleet was coming right in, there was this horrific storm, and it sank the entire fleet, and nobody even made it to be able to invade. And this happened not once, but twice. So ceremonial magic apparently was actually protecting Great Britain, according to the testimony of this guy who claimed he was working right with the top family that starts with the R. And you know what I'm talking about.
The Rothschilds.
Okay.
Come on.
He claimed that he was working right for him. And it wasn't even really clear if he was an insider who was really a whistleblower or if he was trying to recruit me. This is a funny one. Let's do this one.
I think so too, yeah.
Why don't you come back to your family, David? He used to say this, David, we miss you.
No, that was creepy when he did that.
Come back to your family, Dave. He'd say that kind of stuff sometimes. It was so funny.
The snowstorm story was more interesting than this
not really
nonsense.
Into the whole, evil thing, I'm sorry.
Can't say I disagree.
I respect the offer, but I was told I could have billions upon billions of dollars, and all I had to do is just talk favorably about Lucifer. That is true. And it came at me in many different ways and many different times. So I'm not interested in this whole type of stuff because there's different ways to look at it. And some of them appear to be benign. There's certain ways you can look at it where people are like, oh, it just is a symbol for the rebellious spirit that we all have. But maybe there's something else to it. Maybe there's people who are doing these practices and they're getting something like Mephistopheles to appear. But then again, it can end up in your basement groaning all the time and you have to keep feeding it, basically. So it's not really something you want to fall into as a life.
Anybody else a little afraid that he has some woman tied up in his basement that's moaning, and that's what he's talking about here? By the way, I'm not saying that's true, but that just jumped in my head. Why is he suddenly talking about a woman moaning in his basement, right?
Style, that's a very
He does look like Buffalo Bill.
Because these entities will influence
Put the lotion in the basket, David.
Influence other people to hurt you. They can make it impossible for you to leave the house. So one of the things they're always asking for is publicity. They want you to publicize them. I talked about gargoyles, but all these things that you keep seeing being done, like in
I agree.
music awards ceremonies and Olympic halftime show, and they keep showing you these very
perhaps
dark
Brother Johnny
of blood and horns and fire and people
or maybe
gyrating in these dark black and red costumes and et cetera, et cetera. They just every single year, like I said, don't you guys ever get an original idea?
Gargoyles.
Like it's just Satan is the coolest thing you can think of every single year. Okay, well, all right, whatever. Yeah, but
maybe
I'm not going to watch
maybe
it.
she's tied up in the basement.
And I take pictures of it. Sometimes I look at them, but I don't watch these shows. I don't really watch any television. So anyway, this is a very strange subject because these entities are real and they exist and they want to be part of our reality. But it used to be that you had to be a master astrologer.
She signed an NDA to get her divorce settlement, so she won't talk about him
properly to get one of them to show up. But all of that changed, and I talk about this extensively in the Michael prophecies as of 1936.
I wouldn't want to keep feeding my wife if he was banging another man in the basement.
The law of one. Now, Carla Ruckert channeled the law of one, but she didn't know about the Edgar Cayce readings saying the same thing. The Edgar Cayce readings have specific prophecies.
Agree, but she won't talk.
I think it's 3976-14, if I remember correctly, but maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, it says that in 1936, the inner core of the Earth will shift. And then we can look at things like Chandler's Wobble and see there is a weird fluctuation in Chandler's Wobble in 1936. And there are, in fact, weird changes to the core of the Earth. And then Cayce also said that the Earth's core would decisively shift, that there were new vibrations coming in 1936 that would eventually cause the Earth's core to shift in 2001. And sure enough, the Earth's core did start shifting in 2001, and it completed shifting in 2013. And I have that in book 2 of the Michael prophecies. And we'll talk about that in future shows as well. So anyway, there's this fascinating thing about 1936 because in the Law of One material, they're communicating in 1981, and then they say that approximately 45 years before your present, 1981, which is 1936, approximately 45 years before, is when this fourth density energy began
Oh God,
streaming
with
in a lot more strongly,
fourth density.
in which thoughts become changed. And so both the positive and the negative greatly benefit from this. So the negative,
I can't get over that acne under his eye. That's bad, man. He needs to see a dermatologist.
Became much easier to get these lower astrals.
Yes, maybe I'm wrong. Brief moment of cognizance. You're right, Talmud.
Various magical ceremonies, which again, it's very dark stuff, and it's not. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail because you already
Some people
know
do
what the
believe
details
that.
are.
Yeah.
You heard about this, but you just didn't realize maybe that if people are swayed into doing it, however they're swayed,
Yep,
that you're going to get results that will shock the heck out of you.
fourth density quantum
Forever
energy.
change your life,
Yes.
and you'll never be the same. You will never be able to unsee it. Okay, that's part of what happens to people, and it's widely reported.
That's how you
So
love one.
anyway,
No, it's the first law.
What we see
Yes.
here is that I created this movie, Moment of Truth, and I had no idea how big it was going to get. And it revealed this connection.
I
with
agree,
being
Trolley
known as
Troll.
Lam.
Very,
Now,
very
Lam
likely.
is actually a traditional-looking gray ET who apparently contacted.
No, it's
Aleister
not a
Crowley in
traditional looking gray
1904,
ET, you dummy.
and
It's different.
now
It's
publicly,
an entity with a big head.
Chris
It's not a
Beskar,
gray.
CEO of Stavati Aerospace, who personally obtained this intel and shared it with me, that Lam gave Aleister Crowley a class on how to get these ceremonies to work properly that was greatly updated from all the arcane stuff they were clinging to back from John Dee and the Elizabethan era.
Okay, so the Stavati CEO is telling him that the entity Lam gave Aleister Crowley a class on how to do magic. Okay, and we're just supposed to trust a guy who's been called a con artist and running a Ponzi scheme and an investment scam when he shares esoteric information? Okay.
They had a lot of weird ways of doing things that they didn't need to do. And they didn't need to be so concerned about astronomical alignments anymore.
Of course, shifters for taking a dump.
It becomes easier for this to work. So Crowley gets these updated protocols, which he then begins sharing with people. And sure enough, instead of having to wait for a special alignment.
Why don't you do Corey and him in the Dukes of Hazzard episodes, Mr. Ian?
And so
one's got blonde hair and one's got brown hair. It would work.
In this movie, I talk about this Lam connection. And so in order to be able to find it, it's
the Lam connection thing, that has been talked about in hundreds of other videos, documentaries, and whatever. And he's acting like he's the first person that have connected the dots here. No, you're not.
It's in multiple parts. And
Mike Adams' Brighteon is trash.
Page in. But this is where you would actually go. You could just type in the link at the beginning. You don't need all the hash stuff. And then you just type in the title. And eventually you want to find part 1, or you could just type that link in. But either way, the point is that in this
one of those.
I show scenes
from eye syphilis.
Ascending.
Gross.
And I connect it directly to Lam. Because the intel
Kooks of
from
Hazard.
Chris Beskar's is that Lam is a gray ET, and that the Greys and the Draco reptilians are both real, and that their agenda is to get people practicing this type of ceremonial stuff. That's one of the main things they want us doing, is to engage in this practice. And again, at this link, if you watch this movie, it's a total of 4 hours long, and Mike's team broke it up into a bunch of segments so you can watch it.
It's terrible.
Chunks.
I've seen it.
I don't even know if it's left anywhere else online. They keep taking it down. So that's probably the only place you can find it.
Yeah, because you
could in the first place.
People are taking it down because he stole footage from Hollywood films, and 50% of that movie is stolen footage from Star Wars and Jupiter Ascending and a bunch of other science fiction movies. Close Encounters, I think, as I recall. He doesn't have. You can't just steal 2 or 5 minute clips at a time from science fiction movies, David Wilcock, or they get taken down when you post them places.
But it is mind-blowing. I mean, I did a lot of production value. I make it like a Hollywood film. It's got lots of big name stars in it. B-roll that I all use with fair use, all done legally. The argument is,
fair
you
use.
know what? There's these gray ETs, and they contacted Crowley, and that's what
Dookies
this
of
movie
Hazzard
was depicting. This movie,
Linda Moulton
Jupiter
Hale is
Ascending.
Daisy.
You have this guy, Lord Baalem. Baal. Oh, where have we heard that before? Baalem. Interesting. Lord Baalem. And he lives off of soaking in human material. Actually, that's what we find out. That he represents the head of a group.
Some people
of
say
beings.
that. I don't
In this
get
case, they look human, but they're based on the Greys apparently. And these
Yeah, that would be
in the
gross.
movie look human are going around. Earth is just one of many planets where they're farming it for this elixir of life that they're creating by this refinement process that they use. So it's this very, very strange thing. So again, the movie Moment of Truth pioneered the use of, well, I wouldn't say pioneered, but in the movie I brand it through the whole thing with an all capital letters version of Futura condensed medium. And that's actually the font. It's pretty much, it's not the same font you see here, but it's very similar to that.
Does anybody care
Maybe
what
it's the
fonts he
same one.
used?
It could be.
Does anybody
Anyway,
care?
FCM, Futura condensed medium. It's really cool because as you're looking for fonts on your font list, like if
Now
you
he's
go
going
into
to tell you
any
what a
type
brilliant
of,
font
you're gonna make a
selector he
video, You're
is.
going to make a title. The default font might be Arial, it might be Times New Roman, it might be something else. That word font is how you're going to change the way that your text looks. So if you get the font to be Futura condensed medium,
Good
so
ideas.
you look for the F and then you find Futura, and then under the sub menu you have condensed medium as one of the choices.
Kind of.
Then you have
yeah.
to do it in all capital letters, so you leave the caps lock on when you're typing. If you do all that stuff, then you get this cool look that I branded into the show, which again is the same look of all the text that I have in all these slides here. And after I put that in there, it began to get very,
You're
very
right,
widely
Talmud.
used
Thanks for being a
throughout,
member.
all the Republican side, all the Democrat side, the truth community. It's incredible how widespread the use of this font is. And it's nothing I can control. I don't even want to take credit for it. It's just very interesting.
I don't want to take credit for it, but once I use that font in my shitty movie on Brighteon.com, all the Republicans in the truther community stole that font from me, which I didn't invent and I don't own, but I'm going to claim that everybody ripped me off by using the same font as me.
That this font became very widespread in use after I released this movie. And beforehand, nobody was really captioning movies this way. But now there's entire plugins that you can get for Premiere and for Final Cut that allow you to make this as the subtitle where you have that style I created with the
Amy
all capital
Collins.
letters, Futura condensed medium. That was really scary and crazy, and I didn't want to mess with it. I didn't want to take credit for it. I'm like, I'm not even going to talk about this. So I left it alone. And
I'm not going to talk about
so
this
crazy.
as he's talking
I've known
about
him
it.
for so long now.
Egomaniac.
It's amazing.
He's so amazing at
whoever
picking
did
font.
start doing
People
that
ripping
and
him
chose to
off.
Use this font. Thank you. Even though it's not really me, this is just something that happened. But again, I think it's because this movie blew people's minds.
Talk about a bloated
It
sense of
exposed
self-importance.
so much truth all at once in a big condensed package. And I show you the story about Aleister Crowley and Lam, that here he is in 1904, and that he comes in contact with this entity. The first time,
You're right.
the first entity was called
in
Iwas.
1927.
But that by 1917, he's making direct contact with Lam, who looks like a gray, in Crowley's own sketches.
He means
made
Cosmic Sands.
from
Comic
1917.
Sands, yes.
But the original entity that contacted him was Iwas in 2000 or 1904. So imagine the surprise after putting this movie out. And again, this movie talks about all this stuff, right? We find out on April 7th, 2024, right in the middle of the eclipse. This is when
Demon aliens have birthdays now?
This was when the post was April 7th. But
So
April
much
8th,
truth. I know. I can't
2024
handle all the truth.
is
It's just
exactly
too much,
120
Time
years
Bar.
to the day from when Crowley first made contact. And this was shown by, again, Shadow of Ezra. I've showed this many times.
And now here he goes with the
really ought to be
guitar.
going there to Twitter. All you have to do is go to X and keep hitting that channel on X. Man, there's so much stuff that he's putting out now. I can't keep up with it. But again, as far as I'm concerned, and I have very extensive evidence that I've been showing you week after week now, this is the primary, if not the only authoritative voice of the Alliance right now.
Yes, and meanwhile, somebody contacted Shadows of Ezra I think it was Mr. Spadavaccia, who's researching a book on David Wilcock's shady, scammy aerospace company. And the Shadows of Ezra guy has no idea what the hell David Wilcock is talking about. He has no idea. And Wilcock keeps claiming that he's the authoritative voice of the fake fictional alliance, which was a group he was told about by a literal career con artist in the form of Pete Peterson. Even the Shadows of Ezra guy is like, what the hell is he talking about?
Anything else is not as close to the source. It might be valuable. I love to hear
Yes,
intel,
Al Gray, you can't
but I'm
handle the
looking at this
truth.
as prime source, and I'm
This is
looking at everything as
intel
one level down
from a
from this.
Telegram
That's
channel.
just the way
A
I
Q-Tard
personally
Telegram
view
channel is
the
intel.
data
Al
spectrum that we're
Gray,
looking at. So check this out.
the
This was
voice
very
of the
weird.
alliance.
And again, this was
yes.
on April 7th that they put this out. Aleister Crowley, this is exactly the same thing I talked about in the movie 2 years ago. Aleister Crowley encountered
Because it's a
almost 3 years
common
ago now,
thing that people in
a mysterious
conspiracy
entity
land
called
talk
Iwas
about, you
on
dummy.
April 8th, 1904. Iwas imparted profound wisdom to Crowley, which Crowley later documented in the Book of Law. April 8th, 2024 is coincidentally the date of the solar eclipse this year. The picture is of Lam, a spiritual entity that occultist Crowley channeled in the 20th century. Whoa. Yeah, that looks pretty unambiguous to me. I mean, okay, the eyes are a little weird, and so it might have been projecting some eyes that were different. George Wood is telling me that Stavati is taking advantage of me. That is definitely not the case.
There's people in his live chat letting him know that he's being scammed by a scam artist in the form of Christopher Beskar.
We have at least one really strong deal coming in soon. I'm not worried about my tax debt anymore. I might even be able to pay it off this week. That would be wonderful, and I'm really looking forward to doing so. So let's hope that they will.
He got the screenshot. I messaged him again, and he told me he
full.
wants nothing to do with
We'll find
David and doesn't want
Anyway, I'm
David
not worried
using
about
him to
it.
make
It's
money.
not a problem. I'm not being taken advantage of.
There you go, David. Shadows of Ezra guy doesn't want you using him to scam people. Isn't that great? And he's telling everybody that's an authoritative alliance source. And the guy himself, Shadows of Ezra, is like, yeah, I don't want him using my material to scam people.
And so
Great.
again, the eyes are a little strange here. Like, yeah, I'm not sure.
He
that
changes the
looks
subject
exactly
quick
like
when
but
people
come
start
on.
saying he's getting
The
scammed by
nose with the
Stavati.
little 2 dots, the weird little
Thanks
mouth,
for that,
the weird
Agos.
chin, the huge head. There's no ears. Duh. That's a gray. I mean, that's what we know it is.
Yeah, he's going to pay this
No
off
big
this week.
surprise.
Yeah, he
So,
said that.
This again is showing you that there is this weird.
He's just got
correlation
a 1.5
between
million
things
laying
that are
around,
posting
Storm
on this
Crow.
channel on Twitter, X, and things that I had already been disclosing before. And this is a direct validation.
Yes, that's a real photo. Definitely
so
real
what
photo.
they were telling us is that the very date of the eclipse from these other texts that they
I agree with you,
about,
brother Johnny. It's a possibility,
the
but
very
there's
date
no
of the eclipse,
empirical
they
evidence
showed you
yet.
this, for example. Look at this. They're showing you that there are going to be, or that they were trying to have, black swan events during or immediately after
No,
the
he
eclipse.
posted a picture.
Because there's a black swan.
And here's David Wilcock interpreting the picture,
Somebody says it
right?
looks like Lam has the tree of life on his forehead. You are amazing.
Looks like a
Nick
bald
Page says, "Do
Wilcock."
not stop doing what you do."
Yeah, the
Yeah,
forehead's
this is very
big.
cool
Just
stuff. I mean, it's like they're giving us these codes, and they validated Moment of Truth, which I was very honored to see, and so that's why I want you to
he's
go watch it. I
wants
showed you how
nothing to
find
do
it.
with David Wilcock. He's not validating anything,
They
Wilcock.
broke it up originally.
He thinks
in
you're a
2
joke
parts,
and you're
2 hours
scamming
each, like
people
movies.
using his material.
I've never spent that kind of time on a movie again, except for Spaceship, which half of it isn't even available on Vimeo right now. They just keep taking everything I do down. It's not as secure
Because
as I
he
thought it
keeps
would be.
stealing people's
So that's fine.
footage that he doesn't own.
Anyway, you can go to this other site, Brighteon, and there it is. So here they're showing you the eclipse with the black
Lamb is
swan.
Wilcock's
Oh,
future. Yeah, he's going to
and they
look
had
just
just
like
talked
that.
about that on that date of the eclipse.
Who knows,
is
Jason
the
Parker?
120-year anniversary.
Probably 7 figures,
of
though.
Lam's arrival. As
Expensive
Iwas.
punani, right?
These grays
Divorce
that
is
we're trying to
expensive.
get him to get in, dabbling in all this really.
Yes,
dark
now that
magic.
he posted a picture of a swan, that changes everything, right?
That's really, really interesting. So a 120-year
Can
cycle.
I get to
I've
IKEA in the
seen
back of a
120-year
Volvo?
cycles
I mean, I
before
guess. I don't know.
in the cycles of history analysis. In fact, There's a breathtaking 120-year cycle in my books between Edgar Cayce and me, where I forget what it was that was happening to me that was very intense and very difficult, but it was the same time in Casey's life where all of his Sunday school kids had to get sent off to World War I.
Now he's back to claiming to be Edgar Cayce
That was a
reincarnated.
100-year cycle. I'm sorry.
Come on, you clown.
Or maybe it was 90.
Casey's
Anyway,
family
there's
want him to
different ones,
stop
but I have
lying about that,
120-year
by the
cycles
way.
in the book, and I'm not remembering what they are right now because, again, I wasn't even thinking I was going to do this show. But the Black Swan event, we're now seeing that. We're seeing Iran going after Israel with all these drones, and it's so
That's a
freaking
Black Swan
terrifying.
event?
That's what this is, folks.
That's not a Black Swan event.
Create something.
It's a
to
military
try to
attack.
usher in the end of the world. World War III, Armageddon, apocalypse, catastrophic circumstances for everyone. That's what this is about. Now it gets even crazier because not only...
Wait, 1 second. Thanks, Macario. Shadows of Ezra says about David Wilcock, I'm not connected to him in any way. I'm not sure what I could do to stop him. I have absolutely no connection with this Wilcock person. And then Macario wrote, wow, today he is using your posts heavily. He likes using them to collect super chats. He is live now, and for the last 30 minutes, he's been using your posts on Telegram. He says, send me proof of that. I have no financial ties or business relationship to anyone. I have no personal relationships with anyone. Anyone saying that is being disingenuous. So there you have it. The Shadows of Ezra guy himself is saying, I have no connection to David Wilcock. I don't want him using my shit to collect super chats.
Did this eclipse just so happen to be during the time that it was? But there's...
Yes, it's a silhouette of a white swan.
120 years after the time that Crowley summoned the...
Yes, he had his smoke detector crisis operation shut down. Thanks for being a member.
Thing. So, whoops, let's go back to the slide here. I kind of popped ahead of it too fast, but so this was another thing that they posted that SOE posted that really, really shocked me on their Twitter page.
You're right, troll.
These are the APEP sounding rockets, and I'll show you the next slide really fast just so you can see what they're talking about. So this is a very...
Yes, that was the previous grift.
And
yes.
Notice again that it looks like a ballistic missile.
Wilcock busted
exactly
again.
The type of stuff that's being shot at Israel now. But this is not anything war related.
I agree,
This was
Garaji.
something they did as a strange event on the eclipse.
He's a
They did it on the
reincarnated
eclipse.
pharaoh.
They shot this thing into the air. What? All right. So here's what they say. Now you've seen it, so we can talk about it.
You got to love how he's using this guy's material.
Rockets.
Who wants nothing to do with Wilcock.
The name of the rocket is APEP, and it's a sounding rocket. I guess means it's a type of, it creates sounds or something to measure things. But anyway, it's the APEP rockets that NASA will be launching.
QTAR poster intel now.
Right before and after the moon.
QTAR poster intel, friends.
The eclipse.
He's getting intel from Telegram posts from a QTAR who doesn't even know who David Wilcock is.
Ra.
I gotta love it.
So APEP is the nemesis of Ra.
Yes, remember when he said he was
Ra
constipated?
Is the name of the source
yes.
that also goes by Archangel Michael. I've been talking about the Law of One, which was originally called the Ra material in Book 1. Since
Ra and the Archangel Michael are two separate entities. One of these things is not like the other. And I don't know. I grew up Catholic. And if you were to suggest to a Catholic or a Christian that the Egyptian god Ra and the Archangel Michael are the same entity, any Christian minister, Catholic priest would tell you, no, that's not correct. And likely a Jewish, rabbi would agree. Those are two separate things. But hey,
1996,
when you need the grift to work, you can just make these things up, right?
With Richard C. Hoagland. So I've always talked about Ra. And again, as I've done whole episodes.
Yeah, you used to channel Ra. Remember? You channeled Ra before he channeled the Archangel Michael, right? Yeah.
The Law of One clearly indicates that the Great Pyramid was originally built as a Christian monument. And when you go back to this research from the 1700s and 1800s,
yeah, you could be right.
There was a huge, huge Christian movement of analyzing the pyramid and finding a timeline that very accurately shows you the birth.
I think that you're correct, Stormcrow.
Crucifixion, resurrection of Christ, That's the biggest event in the ascending passage, where the height goes up to 286.1 pyramid inches. Is right.
That's
when
how he
that
got a
happens.
soggy
The
eye.
height
Yeah,
goes much higher
saggy
than
eye.
originally
He
crouching
told the
down.
rabbi that Ra
Right
is
the moment
Michael.
that
Yes.
Jesus has the crucifixion resurrection is where the height of the ceiling gets much, much taller. It's like 20 feet tall now. It's amazing. And there's all these dates that are correlated with it. The Great Pyramid creates a cross of light on the ground during, I believe, the summer solstice, when the sun is kind of in the middle. You get this crucifix on the ground. And at the 153rd course, up from the bottom, which is 153 fishes in Jesus' net, that's the thickest course in the whole pyramid.
Oh
up
my
until that
gosh. Oh my
So there's
gosh.
all kinds of weird things like that. It's weird Christian synchronicities, and they're everywhere. If you measure in pyramid inches the
Pyramid
diameter,
inches.
the diagonals going from one corner of the pyramid over the top to the other opposite corner.
Again,
That's
like I
exactly
said, this is
25,000
all repeated shit that he's
672
talked about in
pyramid
previous
inches.
streams.
Or pyramid inches, which is basically the precessional cycle we were talking about.
Al Garay, I got a telegram notification on my phone. Must be another top secret intel briefing.
But again, it's a Christian monument that then got co-opted, where the deep state folks say, "Oh, well, we want to use this symbol. We
Pow,
want to
right
use
in the
an eye
blinker.
on top of the pyramid. We want to make the pyramid something really scary and bad." So again, Archangel Michael and Michael prophecies clearly revealed that he's now come back as Archangel Michael, but that it was also, as a time-traveling entity, he had to disguise his identity. So when he contacted other races in the past, he went by the name Ra. And then they ended up distorting the message and creating what we now think of as the deep state.
Oh, sure. They
The deep
distorted
state
the
originally
message.
was created,
Yes.
according to the law of one, by a distortion of their work.
They distorted
So
the
again,
message.
check this out.
1 second here.
They
gotta do
create
something.
these. They have an APEP rocket, and it's named after the nemesis of Ra. That is a direct threat, because according to these other posts that you're going to see, they're using this in a ceremonial capacity.
According to
They're
some
launching this on their
telegram,
ships as a-
Q-tard. This
as
is
part of
all
a US
true.
Ritual.
He's
Okay.
so desperate for
supposedly, the
material.
rocket study
He's
how
calling
upper atmosphere
Q-tard posts
detected
on
when sunlight
Telegram
momentarily
intel
dims
now.
over a portion of the planet. It
My
might be visible if you're
God.
in the Washington, D.C. area. The targeted launch times for 3 different rockets are 2:40, 3:20, and 4:05 p.m., but it may be subject to change. So again, this is what the rocket looks like. So APEP, they're literally launching this rocket. So okay, let's talk about something else. Richard C. Hoagland and his colleague Mike Barra wrote
Yeah,
the incredible.
Those
New
two
York
are
Times
wrong about
bestselling book,
everything.
Dark Mission. And I have the highest respect for both of them for writing that one book alone. What they did is summarize a whole lot of information that was maybe
Yeah,
originally
they
being
summarized
talked
a lot
about
of
by George
bullshit.
Maxwell,
Yes.
going through like basically every single NASA launch there's ever been. And they
Oh
typically
my
do
goodness.
the launch where
All right, listen.
Venus, the star that they associate.
We're at 1 hour and 18 minutes. We are gonna have a musical guest right now. I need to take a potty break, and then we're gonna do the last 12 minutes. So I'll be right back after our musical guest, which also just so happens to be David Wilcock. We'll be right back, friends.
Oh yeah, look at that. Very good. 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 I'm David Wilcock. I'm David Wilcock. I'm David Wilcock. Cock. Wow. 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 Extraterrestrials. Angels. Cock. Extraterrestrials. Angels. Cock. Extraterrestrials. Angels. Cock. Extraterrestrials. Angels. Cock. Wilcock. 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 It's here. Cock. Cock. Extraterrestrials, angels, extraterrestrials, angels, extraterrestrials, angels, extraterrestrials, angels, I'm David WILCOCK.
All right, friends, we got just a little bit. I didn't think we're going to go through this whole thing, but I'm still waiting for him to explain how he was attacked by the deep state. Maybe they, I don't know, attacked him on Telegram,
Associate with Lucifer is at either like 33 degrees altitude in the sky or 22.5 degrees in the sky. And 22.5 is Venus. It's 225, the number of days.
Is he telling people how to summon Lucifer
so they have
now?
These things called the alignments, and then Hoagland would go into great detail.
Oh no, he's talking about Hoagland and Barra, two clowns.
They keep doing these
that were wrong about everything.
The
wrong about the face on Mars. Wrong about structures on the moon. Wrong about pyramids on Mars. They were wrong about everything, Wilcock.
Well, we got to get it right. We got to have everything lined up. Well, apparently, in their tradition, Lucifer is associated with flying machines and rockets. And so they look at the launching of a rocket as an act of worship or an act of war.
Spooky.
So they will do it at ceremonial times. I mean, to me, it sounds really ridiculous, but they do it at ceremonial times thinking that it's going to give them some type of extra edge. And again, you don't have to believe that this is true, but this is what they do. So the name of this rocket is APEP, APEP, supposedly the enemy of
massive fireworks as intel.
And all the other comms that Ezra was sharing with us.
They're not comms. They're posts from a Telegram Q-tard.
It's very evil.
Dummy.
And that they're trying to
It's not intel. It's Q-tard nonsense on Telegram.
Right? So, yeah, it's kind of a big
threat.
So I decided instead of calling him APEP, we're going to call him CPAP. Because this stands for Continuous Pathway Air, Continuous Path
Air Dreamscape.
Whatever. Prosthetic, something like that. CPAP. That's where I think that the Greys are at right now, folks. I do not look at this as anything big. But again, right here on April 8th, there he is on now Telegram.
Hey, thanks, High Speed Chase. Thanks for being a great supporter.
To the eclipse
you have a good night.
Swamp, Washington, D.C. This is all a major ritual. And then not only that, they got to throw out a numeric code.
CPAP.
Where on April 8th, they show you this. That was on the news.
More like crap. Yes.
They're willing to show you on the map in Maine. Happens to be 3:33 p.m. So he says the last stop shows the time 3:33. Any questions? And that's Caribou, Maine. Well, yeah. So these people are weird nerds who like to screw around with this stuff. And
Wilcock calling anybody a weird nerd is the height of hypocrisy.
And that they do a big ceremony that they can summon this Gray to come here and fight Gurley. And I swear to God, Gurley's going to kick his ass. He's just got these spindly little arms and legs. I'm not really that worried about him, because Michael's not going to let him influence me with any type of technology that he's got. So, I haven't had Lon show up. I'm still here, a week after this happened. I wasn't going to do the show, but sure enough, they're trying to do all this weird ceremonial.
How many times did he have to say, I wasn't going to do this show? He must have said, I wasn't going to do this show 25 times.
Symbolic stuff, and it involves shooting rockets up into the air and 333 and major ritual ceremonies and da-da-da. And then all of a sudden, oh, wow, that's right.
Yes, his info is so important.
There's this crazy war situation going on involving what? Oh, that's right, the launch of a bunch of rockets. So that's the Black Swan event they were trying to create. They're trying to piggyback what they did on the eclipse. This is what Ezra's trying to tell us.
Raji.
I believe. Now, I may be wrong, but, he can correct me if he wants to. But anyway, I'd love to see that happen. But, look, they're on my side. Somebody was trying to create these fake posts, like that they answered somebody in a private message. Oh, I'm not happy. Well, no. Why would they talk about this stuff?
Talking about our show right now. He's talking about our show right now.
The movie, who knows? But the point is, there's a lot of things, and I'm happy to help. And I think anybody who helps them promote this, they're happy. Why would they get mad at you for promoting stuff they want people to know? I have a big audience. Okay, so they show you the 333 thing, and then after the ceremony, they talked about this.
You're right, Spooky.
Here
New
it
Age
is.
4chan.
This
Schizo Max
Peter
posting
Higgs
is the
passed
name
away.
of the
Higgs
game,
postulated the
baby.
existence of the eponymous
Yes.
Higgs boson in 1964. Its discovery at CERN in 2012 was the crowning achievement of the standard model of particle physics. CERN is paying tribute to Peter Higgs by firing this thing up. He died on April 8th, 2024, the same day as the solar eclipse.
Yeah, that's called a coincidence, David Wilcock. Coincidences happen.
Whoa.
Not in the wacky world of Wilcock, though. Everything has some significance to the nonsense that he shows people. And I love how he just complained that somebody was showing private messages from Ezra. He's talking about our show right now, friends. We're the only people that have shown those messages on any show. He watches every Truth Seekers episode about him because he's such a egomaniac. He can't help himself. He's a narcissist. NASA launched a rocket as a ceremony in order to get a gray alien to attack David Wilcock in his home, but his dog protected him. Yes, absolutely. We want to thank Bunker Buster for a kind and generous $1.99 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. We want to thank you for appreciating us. We certainly appreciate you, especially when you're helping us to...
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
That's right. We're praising the cash pretty good tonight. And while we're on that subject, I want to take a moment to thank initials CH for a kind and generous $5 PayPal pledge, and initials JR for a kind and generous $20 PayPal pledge, and our PayPal pledge MVP North with a kind and generous $50. Very, very kind of you. So we'll take a moment to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors, including you, Bunker Buster. For those unaware, we read every single super chat. If you send a PayPal pledge, just add a note and we will read whatever it is that you send us. And North sent $50 by PayPal pledge and just says the softball circle jerk. We thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support, including all of you kind and generous Patreon supporters and YouTube channel members. For those unaware, you can join our Patreon for as little as $1 or more a month. You set the amount, but it's $1. Or become a YouTube channel member for $5 to get those same benefits, plus a few extra YouTube goodies like a member badge, letting everybody know you're a supporter. Thanks to all of you for supporting us. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, we've almost made it through half this festival of bullshittery. We got about 8 more minutes here.
Now you can speculate as to what this means, and they did.
It means that somebody died on the same day there was a solar eclipse, you dummy.
That's the same as what they put on Twitter or what I showed you. But then when you go over to TG, oh, it gets a little bit different. That's a little bit different than what they said on Twitter. CERN scientist is no more, and he's got the big red X.
Yes, it does all make sense.
So I am. You could speculate on this either way.
Yes, he died at 100 years old. It's called dying from old age. The deep state killed him.
Off on that day to try to add to the level of whatever.
Oh yeah,
power
the deep state killed the scientists, the world scientists. Sure, they did.
They launched these rockets. They did a major ceremony on the eclipse, and they fired up the world's largest particle accelerator at the same time.
It is
and
a
all the
spiritual
posts that
fact,
we're
Spooky,
seeing
yes.
from the source are saying, yeah, they're trying to create some type of weird evil vortex. So again, this was a very strange development in the story.
Definitely
and
is.
The next day, they posted something I found very noteworthy.
He definitely watches our show
April
because he
11th,
comments on things that we
saying
show people all the time.
45 never conceded.
Trust the plan ended up being a nothing burger. Yeah.
Now, once again, we already know what they are doing here, and so that's why I highlighted it so you can see that it's 19 seconds long. And again, 198,000 views. This is a very, very popular site.
Yeah, Q-tards love this nonsense.
We go to the 19th post
nonsense
from the original posts that started in 2017.
It's not the
That's what they
Alliance.
come up
It's
with.
Shadows of Ezra.
This is post number
It's
19.
Q-Tard posts.
So they wanted us to read this.
It's not an alliance. It's
And remember,
Q-Tard
this also
people
comes immediately
LARPing
after
on the
comms
internet,
that I
you
shared with
dummy.
you last time.
They're not comms. They're
About the
posts from
situation
Q-Tards.
with the very, very famous black musician and rap producer who has now been arrested. And this is a widening probe.
Yeah,
It's
you're
going to
right.
get probably a lot bigger, and there's all these murmurings, but
David
nothing's
has no
really
logic,
happened yet.
Spooky.
Well, this ties in directly to that. Audio Shanti says, David, we knew you were with them by the horns in your thumbnail from the circle light, but now you've confirmed it with the hurt eye. Well, she's donating money, so just keep sending money. Thank you. You can hate me if you want to. No, that's just a joke. That's funny. Thank you. Really kind of targeting the
This
Deans
isn't
here.
interesting at
You
all.
can't answer the above, but you will laugh once we disclose all the details. Wow. So we are going to get a million. How is that possible? One example. All of these questions help to paint the full picture. Okay, so sure enough, that's all relevant. But again, getting back to the main theme here, they showed us Lam. And, you know, if somebody wants to hate on my eye, I'm sorry. Whatever. I mean, I'm here. I showed up for you. If you can't handle that my face is a little bit off, I'm sorry. There you go. Again, right after all these eclipse ceremonies and all this weird murmurings about maybe they're doing something underground,
There was
and
no
there's a whole bunch of them
eclipse
there, or maybe they're all
ceremonies.
doing a bunch of stuff at the same time.
You know, life goes on. Sometimes things happen on days where there's a solar eclipse. It doesn't mean there's some grand conspiracy, David Wilcock.
And they coordinate it with these rockets, and then the CERN guy mysteriously vanishes on that same day. Did they do that to him on purpose on that day? Are they trying to use CERN to get Lam to show up? Well, again, if he did show up, Gurley kicked his ass so fast, I never had anything to deal with it. So on April 12th, we see this that they posted on Twitter, and this is fascinating, Twitter X, about additional warships. It says the U.S. is deploying additional warships and military aircraft to the ME. And the current resident has stated, we are devoted to the defense of the small country, and Iran will not succeed. Devoted to the defense and additional warships. So this was very frightening because this was an escalation. And then when you look at his quote, it's as if they want to participate in this.
Oh my
And
God.
now we're seeing that happen,
Just
but thankfully
nonsense.
it's not going in the way that we thought it was going to go. It's turning out much better.
Yes, William Tompkins died in the
So,
last eclipse. Always a
This was setup,
sacrifice
and
in
then you can
David's
see
world
another
of
one later on that shows,
wacky.
no,
Yes.
it's actually really good now. So I
Yes,
don't
Chuck
think
Bam. This is an
that's
emergency
I'll tell you that in a minute.
broadcast. Yes, full of
So then on
Q-Tart
April
nonsense.
12th, a base in Antarctica that apparently was a site of massive evil. It could very likely involve, you know, greys and trafficking of people and all kinds of stuff. And
Yeah, that turned out to be nonsense,
who
Talmud.
the heck
Thanks
knows?
for
I mean,
paying the
it could
buck or
also
whatever
be
to
that
try
they were
to.
using it to control the
You
weather.
didn't find any of
It
that
could
to
be
be
that this
true,
is
right?
where
Tell me, let
various
me know in the
attacks
live
are
chat.
coming from that are causing bad things to happen, like in the case of my climate, where I'm just so depressed that I'm like squeezing zits on my eye, not realizing it's going to make my eye look terrible, and I need to be on camera. But hey, I
Oh,
got
that's
the
what
white melon
happened.
out. I was very happy about
He
that.
squeezed a
Anyway,
zit on his face
this
and it
evil Antarctic
blew
base
up in
was
his
apparently
face.
destroyed, as they said right here. And so this is the whole picture, and then I'm going to zoom in on the top first.
Yes, this happened to be a data anomaly. That's what this is. That's what this is. This is not real data. So he is actively pushing a completely and totally busted conspiracy theory. Mick West busted this. It was a data anomaly. The sensor screwed up. That's why that image looks a little weird. That's not accurate data. So David Wilcock is right now pushing a completely and totally busted conspiracy theory because he's an idiot.
And again, when you see this black circle, look at the size of this wave. It goes all the way halfway up the bottom of Africa, right? Can you see that? And if there's ripples around it,
These
and then there's
ceremonies
color.
for people having a
This is an
picnic.
80-foot tall wave.
No, it's not
What
an
happened
80-foot
around
tall wave,
Antarctica?
you dummy. That didn't
What is
happen.
happening in
It was
Antarctica
a data
caused waves to
anomaly.
go as high as 80 feet in this massive amount of ocean. Some people have speculated, wink, wink, wink. Some people have
Yeah,
speculated.
thank you,
which
Talman.
means
I appreciate you
we're telling you what happened.
doing that.
Some people have speculated that something similar also occurred on February 21st of
Yeah,
this year.
Antarctica
You know,
is the hub for
destroyed
human
base back then.
trafficking. They couldn't find a
The
more
official
convenient
story is
place
that
to
this is a
human
data
traffic.
glitch caused by the algorithm. Do you believe them? And then when you watch the video, it actually runs through these ocean ripples. You can see the ripples below the black.
He squeezed his zit on his
Look at the
face. He
size of
still
that thing.
followed through on a live stream.
It's so
Yes, he's a
huge. I mean,
hero,
like there's
Aldo Ray.
Argentina over in South America. It's almost 3/4 the size of the Argentinian coast.
It's
So
a data
this is an utterly
anomaly.
massive wave.
There was
that
no
if any
wave,
island had been
David,
there,
you
it's,
dummy.
again, the 80-foot tsunami I was talking about that you would
There
expect
was
to
no
associate with the
80-foot
end of the world.
tsunami. There was
Wait a
no
minute, one just
80-foot
happened, and
wave,
it's
you
this
liar.
massive area, but nobody's talking about it, and they're like,
It's a
"Oh,
data
yeah, it's just a glitch."
anomaly.
No,
A sensor
what they're
malfunction,
doing
you
is taking
idiot.
credit for having just blown up some massive evil Antarctic base.
Oh, yeah, they're
That's
all taking
obviously
credit.
what I think is going on
That's
here. So
obviously that's what's
what
going
we're
on.
seeing.
Not a data
All right, next one.
anomaly, not a sensor malfunction.
They don't really like Iran. I can say that. I mean, I don't like Iran either. Whatever they're just doing right now is like,
All right.
you guys just stop. I mean, please. Can we please not lose the planet over you guys' fighting? Like, please. Okay, so yeah, well, guess what?
Talking
They
about
got a
losing the
base on
planet, then he
Gilbert.
laughs.
So their parliament is shaped like a pyramid and happens to have, it just so happens to have 33 windows. Wow. Well, that's not anything too surprising, honestly.
Wow.
Those types of
What the heck?
actions.
Look at those
It's
zits,
like
man.
they want to control both sides. They want to play one side against the other. And so what you think is Iran might actually
Yes,
be
why
the
is
deep
nobody
state.
talking about an imaginary
They might be
80-foot
trying to get
wave?
something to happen.
It was a
right
sensor
after they did
anomaly.
the
It was a
ceremony
sensor
when they were trying to
malfunction.
invoke
That's
love.
it. That's it.
I mean, it's crazy, right? It sounds
And
crazy.
the
but
organization
again,
that makes those
until you
charts
understand what's
said
going
that.
on, it is
But
going to look
WILCOCK
crazy.
needs something to
And then
sell.
right before I
so-
was going to do the show, this showed up this morning where Klaus has now been crossed out. And I'm like, wow, okay, what's this all about? And then sure enough, shortly thereafter, this news comes in that he's in the hospital. So does that mean that he's
Massive
gone? Probably
evil
not.
in Antarctic
But
base.
when they get you in
Yes.
the hospital, something happens. They give you a debriefing or they give you a trial or I don't know what it is. But like, this is very interesting. And so now we got to keep
I
all
agree,
eyes
Spooky,
on Klaus
yes.
and figure out what the heck did they mean by this and what's going to happen next. Because I have no idea. I'm just relaying information that I'm getting off of the internet in the same way that you could.
Yeah, should be.
So
You
remember
can
that
cure
in the
cancer
earlier
and stuff.
text that they sent us about
He's
the
definitely
warships
all
and
over the
saying,
place,
he's
yes.
prepared to defend all this stuff. Well, this is very interesting because Biden is now officially de-escalated. And this is the top headline on Zero Hedge this morning. Biden tells Bibi U.S. will not support a counterattack against Iran even after these hundreds of drones and missiles have been sent in. And Biden says, you got to
Winnie the
win,
Pooh.
take the win.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if he's going to want to do that, but there's been a lot of really interesting comms about Bibi as well. There's all kinds of intrigue going on, and I don't expect that this is going to turn into a big situation. I just don't. There's groups of hardliners. and
David WILCOCK is wrong about everything. So that means Iran and Israel are definitely going to war.
they want it to.
Because he said it
I'm
won't turn
talking
into
about
something.
hardliners in either country.
He's the worst
But I
prophet in the
totally
world.
do
He's
not
wrong
think
about
this is
everything he
where it's
says.
going. I
He's
believe that
always
this is all
wrong.
part of the plan. So they're still giving us these communications. They're showing us how the deep state tried to set this up in advance.
Nobody's
with their
giving us
national ceremony.
communications, David WILCOCK. It's some Q-tard posting on Telegram. Those aren't comms. That's not intel. It's Q-tard nonsense. And everybody in the world has moved on from Q-tard nonsense, apparently, except David WILCOCK and a few, what are there? A few thousand diehard Q-tards left?
Ceremony, and then they want to try to get a bunch of people to die because they're hoping that this is going to be a trigger that's going to lead to this massive, massive World War III product. And it's what I'm doing right now.
Oh, geez. All right. We've made it more than halfway through. I can't take it. Oh, wait. Well, we are going to go through this because he's going to pitch. We got to hear the pitch, right? He's going to show everybody his fake spaceships now and pitch his
Off
product.
like a little man. Oh my God, get him off of me, man. It's like a tick. I had a tick on my hand. What the hell? That's about as much as it is. So anyway, our company was doing really well in Japan, and this kind of inspired my talk today. That
their tweets are only going viral because they're buying engagement. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it.
This tweet that they made goes viral. We made this. Okay, this was really amazing. The Stavati SM-31 Stiletto is a potential jet trainer to replace Japan's Air Self-Defense Force T-4 trainers.
Yeah, David Wilcock's company is going to replace all of Japan's fighters when they can't even produce a single airplane. Sure,
SM-31
sure,
would
David
serve as a
Wilcock.
replacement for 197 T4s.
Yeah, they're going to buy 200 airplanes from a company that
F-15,
never made one
F-35,
airplane.
And future Stavati
Sure.
fighters. So again, if you look down at the bottom, this is the amazing part, folks. It has 1 million views. And there it is again. 1:05 p.m. March 26th, 1 million views. So we have gotten
Yeah, they
very,
bought
very
views on a
excited about
tweet.
this.
They're
I
excited
don't
because they bought
usually get
views
that
on a
kind of
tweet.
viewership on my tweets.
He's wrong. Send
My
money
tweets are
anyway.
in maybe in 5-figure viewership most of the time. So 1 million, 7-figure views. Wow.
Yeah, you can get a
Japan
million
really
views
likes
on a
seeing
tweet
this
too
new
if
airplane
you
in their
buy
cars,
them.
and they're worried about China and they're worried about being invaded. And yeah,
It's not even good 3D.
we know how to do this, and we can build these little guys, that cost only, depending on how we're doing it.
Oh,
they're
look, he's showing
as
everybody
low
his
as-
GI Joe toys.
If we do a drone for them, it's like we can get them down to 12 to 15, 17 million dollars. And then with all the nice bells and whistles, you get up to 20 to 27 million dollars. So
Who's going to buy a 27? Who's going to pay a company $27 million for an airplane that has never produced an airplane in their 20 years of business? Who would be stupid enough to do that, David Wilcock?
again, Japan is very interested in this, and that's really great for
No,
us.
they're not. No, they're not. You're making shit up.
And as a result of this, we're starting to have things heat up with Japan. I think that this really caught their attention, this tweet.
I agree,
we were
Stormcrow.
contacted by
There are no
them. So,
planes. There will
there's
never
some
be
very
any
exciting
planes.
opportunities in that direction that are very, very much.
Yes, of
needed
course.
right
That's
now.
all
So
they
we
do
need
is show
that kind of a
CGI
breakthrough.
images.
So Chris Beskar is the designer of these, and he is my co-star in the Sacred Science of Michael course, where we talk about LAM and we talk about what
Nothing
Metallica
says
probably do in
credible
1917.
like doing a spirituality course where you claim that you're in communication with the Archangel Michael and having a co-host that has been accused of running a Ponzi investment scam. Nothing says credible like that, David Wilcock. But here's his pitch.
And all of this stuff about the angels and the dark side, we get into the weird stuff a lot deeper than I'm willing to go on YouTube about the dark stuff, and actually upset one of our switcher ladies. I'm sorry about that, but it is an upsetting subject sometimes, but we try to make it as fun as we can. But anyway, this is my product, and it's what I'm doing right now. 11 documentaries, 10.5 hours. Go to webdisclosure.com.
You thought his 3-hour streams were annoying. Imagine trying to sit through 11 hours of this nonsense.
Code word jubilation. You get a huge discount. I do still need your help. Maybe that will change by the end of this week. I don't know. We can cross our fingers, but up until now, I'm still like in the classic 2.5-year total bankruptcy situation. So
he's
it's
totally
nice to have
bankrupt.
food, and
Yes.
it's nice to have my bills paid. So thank you for ordering the product and or your super chats. I do really appreciate it.
He just said that he had months worth of food. Now he's saying that he won't have money for food unless you super chat him. This guy is such a scammer, man.
Also, real quick, I want to mention that I am going to be appearing again at the Disclosure Summit 2024.
Yes, with Corey No Good.
And if you go to this link, which is in my comment field below, you can find that. It is in Loveland, Colorado. And we're at the Best Western Plus.
He's going to be appearing at the Best Western. David Wilcock, star of HDL, he's going to be at the Best Western
Hotel. And please don't show up at the hotel unless you actually bought a ticket. That's rude to just try to crash our party and not actually pay to get in. People do that sometimes, but don't fly all the way out there just to try to crash the party. Just buy a ticket
we're sending somebody to
and we'll
crash
let you
the
in.
party.
No big deal.
We're sending somebody to crash the party. And no, we're not buying a ticket. No, we're not, David Wilcock. We're sending operatives into your event.
It's not a big crowd right now, so I probably will be able to meet people in person. I'm not going to definitely prove that will happen right now. It looks good.
Oh, you might be able to meet me in person if you buy a $300 ticket or whatever the hell it
And
costs.
Chris is going to be there too. So we're both speaking at this thing.
Yeah, nothing says disclosure like listening to 2 basically proven con artists, 3 if you count Corey Good, right? And by the way, so many people have asked me about Corey Good. All of his lawsuits got thrown out, and the last one, he went to mediation. So all those claims that Corey Good made about, this vast criminal conspiracy against him, and he's taken down the deep state that tried to destroy him. Yes, it's a 2-star motel. It's a 2-star motel that David Wilcock is appearing in. A motel, a Best Western. Oh, you gotta love it how far the mighty have fallen, right? Yes, and Spooky is correct. You can read the Gaia countersuit against Corey Good, which is just incredible. It details how David Wilcock kept a bunch of money that they gave him, and oh boy. And they have real lawyers. So all of that legal nonsense for the last 4 years and fake stories from Corey Good, it all came crashing down. The judge basically called him P.T. Barnum in the court documents and dismissed all of the court cases against his critics, right? Remember that vast RICO criminal conspiracy against him? The judge dismissed it all. And in the other case with his former business partners, they came to some kind of a settlement, and that one got thrown out basically then. So Corey Good's lawsuits are all done, but he still claims that he's going to file appeals or something, right? So he can keep collecting free legal money. Yeah, and this is just ridiculous. So why would you go to a disclosure conference run by a guy, 2 people who lied to everybody for 8 years? David Wilcock and Corey Good are running a disclosure conference. Anybody who's idiotic, stupid, or dumb enough to think that you're getting any form of disclosure from 2 proven lying, scamming con artists who scammed the public for 8 years with secret space stories, and then Corey Good admits under oath, oh, I've never even been to space. They spent 8 years lying to everyone. Isn't that enough? They still think they're going to pull this off and people are going to show up to hear these lunatics? And oh, but you get Chris Besgard too, who's been accused of running a Ponzi and investment scam and is being sued by all of his creditors and has lied about having contracts with the government to build laser weapons. No, they didn't. And has lied about having wind tunnel contracts with the government. No, they didn't. And is being sued by all of his creditors because they didn't pay any of their bills. That's who you're getting at this disclosure conference.
Again, you can go to this link.
Don't go to that link.
Also, Corey Good is going to be there, and I haven't mentioned this on video before. Okay, but what happened to me with Michael Prophecies is very oddly similar to the story that Corey and I were discussing on Cosmic Disclosure.
Sell it. Sell it, Wilcock. Sell it.
Fascinating to me.
Yeah, and just forget to tell all of your followers that you and that clown Corey Good lied to everybody for 8 years about his secret space adventures, you asshole. And let's forget to tell everybody how Corey Good kept all the money from those documentaries and even admitted to embezzling money from his partners in the court depositions, right? As he was accusing them.
That after our show ends, many years after our show ends, that I am remembering being brought on board ships, being taken off planet.
Oh, now he did a 20 and back.
Having meetings with different extraterrestrials.
Oh, he met with different aliens, David Wilcock did. Wow. And he never talked about any of this shit before. Just so happens that he's remembering this shit right before a very expensive disclosure conference. What are the odds, man? He's the luckiest UFO scammer ever. He suddenly recovered memories of being on alien spacecraft and interacting with aliens that he never talked about before, right before a disclosure conference. Awesome.
And then Archangel Michael confirming this in these books that I channeled originally in the late 1990s.
Don't worry, the Archangel Michael confirms my bullshit stories about aliens. So it's all true because the Archangel Michael said so. What an asshole this guy is. What a despicable, disgusting scammer this guy is.
Remote viewing. And then they're all predicting events that are happening right now.
No, they're not. He hasn't shown one prediction that was real or true. It may be if you do all this numerology, divide by 3, connect the dots.
With breathtaking precision. So I know there's not going to be a war. I know there's not going to be the end of the world because Michael describes everything that's going on right now. And he gives us a path through it and he shows us where it's going later on. So these books are amazing.
Yeah, I'm
Videos
beginning to
are
worry.
amazing. They will build your faith.
We are going to have World War III because he
And,
said
I am probably going to be doing another product in the future.
He's wrong about
It might
everything.
be called Understanding Satan. And I'm going to focus just on some of the stuff that is revealed in the Law of One and in the Michael prophecies about the negative, and really kind of go beyond what I could get away with saying on a live stream. So then, after we have this interesting thing happen with the tweet in Japan getting so many views, I hear a Japanese phrase in my mind, and it appeared to be the manifestation of a protective martial arts master. The phrase that I heard, which I have no idea what it meant, but it was just as clear as the bell had been rung, was Gochi so sama deshita.
Yes, Corey, not
because
David.
I do understand how to write Japanese in Romaji, which is what they call our
they're
English
all
letters.
dismissed.
This is the correct way to spell Gochi so sama deshita.
Disclosure,
Now,
my butt. Yeah.
I didn't know if it meant anything, and I was kind of in a hurry to walk my dog, but I said, what the hell? Before I do, I'm going to walk downstairs, type it into Google Translate, and see if this means anything. And this is what happened. Before I typed in deshta,
the angel forgot to tell him about that shit.
It offered me des, which is DESU. And so when I typed it in that way, because and that felt right to me. So intuitively, Gochi so sama des felt right. I'm like, yeah, okay, it said sama deshta, but then when I saw the des,
Shitsu, yes,
my psychic sense, I'm like, yep, that's what you need. That's the right spelling now. You got it. Okay, well, I typed it in and I hit the button, and it says, I am a local ancestor. Wow. I mean, I was just so blown away. How in the hell did I bring in a phrase in Japanese that I don't understand telepathically? I hear it as clear as a bell in my mind.
What an egomaniac.
And then it turns out to mean I
It
am
keeps switching
a
the
local
cameras.
ancestor.
Yes.
And if it's in the original form, deshta, it means he is a local ancestor. That's the only thing that's different. But he's introducing himself. It's like this master is introducing himself, and I realized,
yes,
okay,
when I got my $1.5 million tax bill, I suddenly remembered my alien abduction.
By the best martial arts masters in the business. My ex-wife, Elizabeth, was doing the Wudong form. It's a very high level.
His ex-wife had black belts in Kung Fu. Go speak to real Kung Fu, Chinese traditional Kung Fu people and ask them if there's black belts in Kung Fu. No, there isn't. That's made up, Americanized nonsense. And by the way, his dumbass wife got her black belt from the guy she was fucking before she was banging David Wilcock, her ex-husband. So she was banging the dude that gave her all these black belts in Kung Fu. Not suspicious at all. But David Wilcock's being protected by martial arts masters.
Using martial art. And she did this in the middle of the living room every day for months when she was here. And we had this whole experience with the Wudong master showing up. And so I believe that that is who it was. The guy who actually did these movements in the first place.
He's in trouble now.
The original lineage holder of Wudong.
Want to be Corey?
So that seems to be part of what's going on. I mean, I couldn't believe this. Like, I am a local I mean, dude, the hair on my arms just went like, I could not believe.
Yes, she was doing
Wudong
with her instructor.
Language I do not speak accurately.
David can't get anything right.
Relevance.
It doesn't have any relevance.
Got me to realize
it's nonsense.
He wants me to talk about Shinto because it's in Japanese. And I met these Japanese ancestral spirits by going to their
Yes, I wasn't believing his presentation, but now that he's changed camera angles, I'm rethinking everything.
Views, I want to talk about Japan.
Japan didn't give them 1 million views.
In 2002, I had written my book, Shift of the Ages, and then it got translated.
We're at 1 hour and 40 minutes. We went way further than I wanted to. I can't take any more of this man's nonsense, but I wanted to share something because occasionally somebody leaves me a comment and I just, wow, like no matter how stupid you think David Wilcock's followers are, just realize they're even stupider than that. No matter how stupid you think David Wilcock's followers are, they're even stupider than that. So here's a comment left by one of David Wilcock's fans on our podcast, David Wilcock, False Prophet Failure. Holly wrote, I think you are being very judgmental and crude, and really you have no business attacking another person because of what they believe. You are attracting people to your podcast because of junk that means nothing. If you are having difficulties in your life, it is because of what you're attracting to yourselves. I just listened to this to get another perspective. but find you are only willing to tear someone down. Only the lower level humans are going to enjoy your BS. Okay. Were you aware of how many people have been scammed by David Wilcock? And you're defending that. You are an idiot. Go back to the beginning of our broadcast tonight and look at how much money he collected from idiots like you. And what did he spend the money on? He spent it on himself. And you're defending a lifelong scammer, lady. Congratulations. You get the Darwin Award for the dumbest Wilcock follower. All right. Now, in better news, I just wanted to make an announcement. So many people have asked me to do this, and I mean, in all honesty, cards on the table, I have not wanted to do this because of my visual problems. For those unaware, I have something called third nerve palsy. I have a paralyzed eye, and I have a difficult enough time just trying to run this show on a big computer screen. But so many people have asked me to do Twitter Spaces, and I did some tests, and I can't see the phone screen. For those unaware, you can't speak in the Spaces unless you're on a phone. You can't do it on like a desktop. So I try to figure out a solution because so many people want me to do Spaces, and then I finally figured out that I could just have a co-host run the space for me or with me, and I could be in the space. So going forward, every Monday night, we're going to do Twitter Spaces, Monday night at 9 p.m. And thanks to the kindness and generosity of Jess, who's been a guest here before, you're probably familiar with her. She's at go_kick_rocks88 on Twitter. She's essentially going to run the space, but I'll be there as a speaker and a co-host. I can't run the space myself. And I really don't think anybody will mind. Jess and I agree on many things. We disagree on some things, and I think it'd be great to have another perspective. So going forward, starting on Monday, the 22nd will be the first one. This coming Monday night, the 22nd at 9 p.m. Eastern, we're going to do a Twitter Space. Now, I'm still trying to figure out. Hopefully, we'll be able to do the Twitter Space, and I'll be able to broadcast that Twitter Space and whatever's being said in there right here on our YouTube channel and in our distribution platform. I appreciate everybody who wants me to do these spaces. Just please understand that I literally couldn't physically do it. I could not physically run the space on a little phone screen because of my visual problems. But interestingly, we've figured out a workaround. We'll just have Jess basically running the space, and I'll be there speaking, and she can decide who's the speaker or who's up next. This will be kind of like a panel show, which is always so organized and wonderful. I love those panel shows. I want to thank Jess, Go Kick Rocks. We'll be doing these Twitter Spaces every Monday night, and hopefully we'll be broadcasting them here. So you guys are going to make me work harder because for months now, I've been taking Monday off because I do the cabin from Friday to Sunday. But by the time I come back on Sunday night, it's late. I'm beat up and tired from working on the cabin and the 5-hour round trip drive and whatever. But I'm going to power through it. Honestly, I've been thinking about doing shows here on Monday night anyway at 9 p.m. because just to get some extra content in or extra streams in. This will give us an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. I think we'll be able to run the space and also broadcast it here in our distribution platform. So let me know what you think in the comments. And if you'd like to join the space, just follow me on Twitter or X. I'm going to call it Twitter forever. I'm sorry. Follow me on X/Twitter at Stephen Cambian, just my name, STEVENCAM as in Mary, BIAN as in Nancy, at Stephen Cambian on Twitter. And what these Twitter Spaces basically will be a discussion. And people can come and ask me any question. Critics can come and yell at me if they want to. I have a feeling we're going to have a lot of that. But everybody is welcome. I put on the bottom of the flyer here, everyone is welcome. It may get spicy, but let's keep it fun. You are all welcome to join. And I'll put this on my Twitter later. We want to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors, you super chatters, you PayPal pledgers, you Patreon supporters, you Twitch subscribers, you YouTube channel members, super chatters, super thanks, people. We appreciate every single one of you very much. I want to take a moment also to say that I truly appreciate the opportunities that we've been given here. But as you may well be aware, we're facing unprecedented censorship. There are people that are allowed to post whatever they want in all these Facebook groups. We can't do that. So what I'd really love as far as help, remember, it's not always about just throwing a couple bucks in our hat. Copy these videos, put them on your social media, join some Facebook groups about these topics and post our videos there. We have talked about how this UAP scientific coalition is actively banning reporters that report critically on the scumbag, grifter, con artist UFO people that they hire at their events. I think that's wrong. And by the way, I just want to put this out there. That UFO group on Facebook, it's called UFOs, the UFO Phenomenon, A Serious Look. It's run by these people who are banning reporters. They banned me from that group for critical coverage of Lou Elizondo, David Grush, and others. And they also banned Stephen Greenstreet and other people who are accurately reporting on the scumbags they hire. So congratulations, a UAP charity is actively banning reporters that they don't like from their groups. I think that's wrong. So I'd appreciate it if you would copy the address, the link to this video, share it on your Facebook, share it on your Instagram, share it on your Twitter, share it with your grandma, you know, whatever you can do to help, I would really appreciate that. And also, I don't know what it is, but every time we come up on a milestone, right, like 10,500 subscribers, the counter goes past 500 and then it backs up by 5 or 10. And then it goes past 10,500 and then it backs up. So I don't know why that is. It seems like every time we approach another 1,000 or even 500, we're battling that. But be sure, if you haven't already, like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. It really does help. Smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you too will know when we're doing a live show. If you're listening in audio podcast land, we love and appreciate you audio listeners, but you're missing the live taping. So go on over to YouTube, smash the search button, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word, in the search bar. Go to our channel, smash the subscribe button, hit that notification bell. It really does help. And I would appreciate this back and forth with the 10.5 is driving me nuts, right? We worked hard here. We deserve that many subscribers. We just talked about a circle-jerking asshole that has, what, 80,000 subscribers? Of course, he bought those, so it really doesn't matter. We will never buy subscribers, but I would appeal to you. Hey, maybe you listen once in a while, but you haven't subscribed. Smash that subscribe button. It really, really does help. So we've more than done our due diligence. This is reminding me of some of these old school David Wilcock streams where we go for 3 or 4 hours. Takes a while. You know, the amount of energy required to dispel bullshit is orders of magnitude more than it takes to create it. So it takes us some time to get through this stuff. But I appreciate all of you for joining us. I'll be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I hope you will be here with me. So that's all I got for you. Until next time. Oh, wait a minute. No, we got them all. Just making sure that we read all the super chats. So yeah, that's we've read all the super chats. We've read the PayPal pledges. We thank all of you for your support. So that's all I got for you, friends. I'll be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I hope you'll be here with me. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.